All right. Yeah, so I need to thank Yasser Al-Bagami. He is one of our new collaborators in the community, and it takes tremendous courage to do what he's agreed to let us do. Imagine you are a freshly minted PhD starting off your junior faculty career. You're a super smart dude, but you're still making your way in the field. And then out of nowhere, you get cold called by Patrick Ryan, who says, hey, I read your email. I'd like to make the entire OHDSI community focus on this for a week. I'm not sure everybody would necessarily have the courage to say, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. But Yasser was 100% all in on this collaborative journey that we've been on. And this exercise we're going to do today is focus on his paper, and we're going to be trying to reproduce it. I think we're actually going to learn a lot about this question in this paper, and I'm really excited about that. But the meta topic that we are actually focused on is just reproducibility of science in general. And so we needed somebody to be able to stand up and lead by example and letting their study be the showcase of this. And I'm really very thankful and appreciative that Yasser's allowed his study that was published only a couple months ago to be this demonstration piece for our community. So for those of you who got to attend the tutorial yesterday, you got to work through this paper and see its strengths and limitations. Today, we're going to go through a different aspect of the paper, and you're going to all get to experience this. And I hope that you enjoyed reading it. It's a very good paper. As Mitch and I have worked through this paper, we both conceded to each other that Yasser's paper was better than our first papers that we wrote. His code that he wrote for his analysis was a hell of a lot better than my PhD code. So this is really great work, and I'm glad that we can showcase it, but it's also going to be a good demonstration of how we as a field need to continue to improve and move and to move the whole field forward. All right, logistics item. You are right now in a Microsoft Teams webinar meeting. We are going to be making heavy use of Microsoft Teams throughout today. And for everybody, but particularly those that are collaborators, it is essential that you have your environment set up correctly. Otherwise, you're going to be missing a large chunk of the action here. Logistical items. When you're looking at the top of your screen right now in this meeting, you should be seeing like a black box up here where you may or may not be able to see the participant list. You should be able to see a chat. You should be able to raise your hand. You should be able to see a polling option. And then you have the options to turn on your camera, turn on your mic, share your screen. All of the collaborators in today's session should see all of those buttons. If you currently you've signed up to be a collaborator, but you don't see the chat or you don't see the polling, then you are not you have not logged on properly to the meeting, and you're going to need to jump off and jump back on. So what I'd like for everybody to do is, if you're in the chat, go ahead and enter into the chat. Hi, everyone. Mark has already started the snark, so please, other people, make sure that you can do the chat and enter into the chat right now. You should also see a poll. And the poll is just a question about your team's environment. You should be able to vote on that. I see that 12 of you already have voted. Some of them are trick questions, because if you don't see the functions, you're probably not going to vote on seeing the functions. But I'm hoping to see all of you voting in the poll, which would be this button up here, to be able to answer the question that you've got your team set up. What you should also see is, in addition to joining this meeting, you should also be logged into the OHDSI tenant. And from the OHDSI tenant, you should see the OHDSI 2021 Symposium Workshop team. That team has the general channel, which is holding the meeting we're in right now. And it also has sub-team channels for each of the individual teams. You all, as collaborators, have been tagged, as assigned and tagged to one of those teams, and you should be able to get to your team, see who your other teammates are, and say hi to them in that channel. If you are not logged into the Microsoft Teams under the OHDSI tenant, then you wouldn't be able to see this team. You need to be able to get to this team, because this is where all of our breakout exercises, which is going to be the majority of the day, is going to take place. The common things that we've experienced, like yesterday and elsewhere, with issues with Teams is if you are logged in to a different tenant, then you're not going to see everything. If you clicked on the link in the calendar invite but did not open up the Microsoft Teams app, then you might not actually see the chat or polling options. Or if you might be one of those people who has multiple Odyssey accounts and you are trying to log in on one account, but maybe we have registered you on a second account. Those are some of the common things we've have had happen.
Well,
If
hotels
right
too.
now you cannot see the chat or poll, cannot see the team environment, then I'm going to actually ask you to log off of this meeting, and I'm going to tell you exactly where to go. Everybody, no matter what your account is, has been added to the OHDSI 2021 Symposium team. So if you log into Microsoft Teams under the OHDSI tenant, you will definitely see OHDSI 2021 Symposium. And there is a channel under there called Technical Support. And Alex and Frank and the BT Pros team are right now sitting there, actually they're on the call right now listening to you all to make sure that you all can make sure that you can get here. So you can go to that support hotline and they're going to sort you out. If you can't even see that team, then I would ask that what you do right now is send an email to support@odyssey.org. And that's the same email account that Alex and Frank and the team are surveilling. So the moment you send an email, they're going to ping you and try to work through your issues. Okay. So if you are good, you see the chat, you see the poll, you see the team's environment, you see your sub team. If you see all of that, stay here, you're in the right place and you're all set up. If any of those things are not there for you, I'm going to ask that you drop off so that Alex and Frank and Elise and the team can help you sort out. And it should only take a couple of minutes and then you just jump right back on. All right. All right. Okay. I see some people posting in the chat.
Can I ask something, please?
All right. So I think we're good if everybody seems team. So Andy, you can get the polling. Azza can't see the polling. So yeah, for those of you who can't see the polling, if you could try to log out of this meeting, ask Alex for help, and then he should be able to get you sorted out. And thank you, Erica, for putting a little screenshot there.
Patrick, I think I heard a question.
Oh, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask what the observers should see of all these things.
Yeah, so for good question, Sophia, thank you. For the observers, you actually have a little bit less dependency on seeing everything because it still would be advisable that if you can go through this same process, log into the OHDSI teams under the tenant, then you will just get the maximum out of the experience because you'll be able to see everything. But I think in this meeting specifically, you should still see the chat and poll. So if you're not seeing those, then you're probably logged in from a different tenant. And then when you log into the teams, if you're observer, you wouldn't have been tagged to one of the teams because that's only for the collaborators who are assigned to the teams. As an observer, you should be able to see each of the team channels. And from there will be meetings running all day and you can just have the choice to bebop around and check out what's going on throughout all those meetings.
Great, thanks.
All right. So with that logistics out of the way, if anybody has any issues, you can hop off now. What we're going to now do is actually dive into the meat of what we're going to do today. So there's a whole bunch of you on this call, and it's really great to see so many people participating in this activity. There are deliberately two roles of people, and I just want to be clear up front about roles and expectations for everybody. Some of you have signed up to be workshop collaborators. That means you are up on the stage with me right now. You are part of the show. You are going to be breaking out into teams, designing cohorts, executing analyses, interpreting results. We together are going to be producing research that is going to be publishable. Anna is going to actually present this 2 days from now during the plenary session. So we got to do something good so that Anna has something fun to present. And Anna, George, and I have been thinking about what series of manuscripts could come out of this work. And we certainly are going to be hopeful that most of you who are collaborators will satisfy ICJME guidelines and want to be co-authors of the manuscripts that are going to come out of this collaborative activity together. And so looking forward to that. What it means is if you're a collaborator, I'm expecting you to be here today. I'm expecting you to get into teams. I'm expecting you to be on your team, actively engaged in developing the various exercises that we're doing. These are our teams. I posted, I think I sent this out as an email, and I also posted it in the general channel, but for those of you who might have not yet seen this, this is, if you're a collaborator, look for your name and look for your team. That is going to be the specific channel that you are going to be posted to. You should have been tagged. If there's an error or somebody thinks that there's something going on, I'll just ask that you post in the general channel a note, and we'll try to sort that out. But I think I got confirmations from everybody about all of our teams and who's going to be working with whom. Many of you are joining as observers, so it's great to have you here, and I think you will get a lot out of today, even in this role. Basically, you do not have a responsibility to do anything for the observer portion. You are basically get the opportunity to listen. You don't have to. You can attend any piece of it, all pieces of it, whatever you want. You can bebop between the teams and work your way through just learning from the groups. We are going to be doing a series of group exercise or group discussions. Then we're going to have extended breakout sessions. Then we're going to come back and have group sessions again. And so for the observers, I encourage you to bebop around, but as you'll see in the agenda that I'll show just shortly, I think that's those group exercises where we're going to share learning between the teams that'll probably be a lot of the fruitful conversations. Okay. Here is our workshop agenda. Right now we are at the kickoff. I'm about to review the paper that you all read as homework, and I'm going to specifically orient you to focus on the specific areas that you need. And then we're going to review exactly the tasks that you all are assigned to do. In about a half hour, we are going to go into our first breakout, and you're going to see on this agenda, the majority of the time is going to be working in your subgroups. Our first task is going to be to build a cohort representing the target exposure group in the study, which is GLP-1 receptor antagonist. So you as breakout groups will have 2 hours to create one cohort definition. That shouldn't be hard, though it's going to be interesting to see what actually turns out from that. Oh, thank you, Erica, for being a sneak and screen capturing my slides as I go through. So we are going to take 2 hours together, or 2 hours as a breakout for you each to work through building cohorts. Anna and I are going to be to orient individuals. Anna Ostropolets, Yasser Al-Bagami, Mitch Conover, and I are going to be floating around watching what's going on. We will not help you with any clinical questions that you might ask, because that's part of the game. But if there's some sort of technical question about like, what are we doing for this reproducibility challenge, then of course we're going to be there to help you. So you can feel free to ping us on the general channel. We'll come join your group and answer any questions. But do not ask Yasser, what were you thinking about when you wrote that paragraph? Do not ask Mitch, hey, you got to see the code. What did he actually do? Do not ask me or Anna those questions. We will be vigilantly silent, as opposed to we will be silent about that, because the entire exercise here is all about, if you are given a paper and only have access to the paper's content, how do you interpret the content of that paper and how do you attempt to reproduce it? So we're not going to break the code and give you too many helpful hints there. But what we are going to do is, after your teams have built up your first cohort, you guys are going to get a break. And what Anna, Gautam, and I are going to actually be focused on is producing analyses using your cohort. So we are going to be generating these cohorts against the MarketScan CCAE database. We're going to be characterizing those cohorts so that we can review it together. After the break, I'm going to ask each team, there's 9 teams in total, I'm going to ask each team to give a 5-minute presentation about your cohort definition. It needs to stick to 5 minutes, not be 10 or 15, because we have 9 teams to get through in 1 hour. But I do want every team to think about how to explain a key lesson learned in going through the process, whatever it may be. We can pull up your cohort definition in Atlas, and you can walk through whatever portions, but you've got 5 minutes to share lessons learned with the rest of the community. We're going to take a lunch break, and then what we're going to come back is we're going to go look at those characterization analyses that Gautam, Anna, and I are going to be generating on the back end while you guys are having some lunch. And what we're going to look at there is the empirical differences, if any, between the cohort definitions that you all come up with. After we complete that exercise, we should be done with the first reproducibility task, which is the exposure cohort. And then we're going to pivot to do the outcome cohorts. There are 2 outcomes in this study. There's a primary outcome of CLRD hospitalization, and there's a secondary outcome of CLRD exacerbation. And so you will have 2 hours to build 2 cohorts in that instance. Similar as to the first exercise, you're going to then get to take a break. You will then have 5 minutes each as a team to review the outcome definitions you have created to explain what you've done. And then we are going to again review characterization results from those analyses. George, Anna, Gautam, and I are going to be working in the background thinking about exactly how to characterize what these differences between the cohorts might be. I expect at the end of this day, we will have some results from all of your cohorts that Anna will then be able to share and showcase at the broader OHDSI Symposium plenary session in 2 days. However, I also expect that we will generate results following today. But your task, which is critically important, is that as groups, you have to get through the task of building cohorts. You have to, in 2 hours, finish your exposure cohort this morning, and you have to, in 2 hours, finish your outcome cohorts. If you do not finish, if you say at the end of those 2 hours, I'm incomplete, we are not done, your team will be removed from the set of results because we have to have something that you believe has been completed. So that's our ambitious agenda for today. Let me just stop there and ask, I'm going to now transition into talking about the content, but before I do, let me stop there and see if anybody has any questions about the day or what we're trying to accomplish. All right, hearing stunned silence. Let's plug away here. All right, so I'm going to orient everybody to the framework that we use in OHDSI just to make sure that we're all speaking the same language as we go through things. OHDSI's definition of a cohort is a set of persons who satisfy one or more inclusion criteria for a duration of time. This is actually instantiated in our OMOP common data model as a table called the cohort table. And so if you think of a cohort as a set of rows in a table, those set of rows would represent the persons who satisfy one or more criteria for a duration of time. Each row in the table can be referred to as a cohort era. So that is one continuous period of time during which a person has satisfied a cohort's inclusion criteria. Sorry, Scott, I only got one speed. What we are responsible for today is building cohort definitions. Cohort definitions are the specification for how to identify a cohort. So importantly, a code set is not a cohort. You actually need to, you have to define logic for how codes are used in criteria to find people who satisfy those criteria. Yesterday, we had a tutorial all about concept sets and how to build concept sets. For those of you who attended, hopefully you got something out of it. For those you didn't, the recordings are going to be posted in a little bit. And I think that was probably a useful exercise. For today's session, all concept sets have been produced and provided to the teams. You will not have to worry in this exercise at all about how to find codes in a vocabulary. That task has been done for you. Instead, this task, this reproducibility challenge we're focused on, is all about the logic to create a cohort definition to identify the set of persons who satisfy one or more criteria for a duration of time. So just mechanically, what does this look like in our common data model? We have a table called cohort. It has 4 fields: cohort definition ID, subject ID, cohort start date, cohort end date. So if you were to look in this data table, you would see that this particular table is an example. There are 2 cohorts because there are 2 different cohort definition IDs. So you can think of the rows that are reflective of this a same ID, that is one cohort. And so these are the 2 cohorts here. The cohort eras are the records within each row of the table. So one row says person 1, 2, 3, 4 was in cohort 1 for the duration of time from March 14th to April 30th. So this is the data structure we're going to be populating using the tool Atlas, is basically to take reading Yasser's paper and translate it into code that is going to populate this table. So there's a couple logical things that I want you to think about as we think about cohort definitions in general. The first is that one can create a cohort definition that has 0 or more eras. In this example I'm showing you, cohort 1 has 5 eras, cohort 2 has 6 eras, cohort 3 is not in the table, it has 0 eras. But it could be a completely legitimate cohort definition. It's just that the data doesn't satisfy, or the data doesn't have people who satisfy those particular criteria that have been laid out. One person may belong to multiple cohorts. So in this particular example, you're seeing person 1, 2, 3, 4 belongs to cohort 1, and person 1, 2, 3, 4 also belongs to cohort 2. So this logic that you can construct cohorts and that those cohorts might actually involve the same people, it's actually fundamental to all of our analysis that we're going to perform. And in the context of this reproducibility study, you are going to be producing a cohort that is people exposed to GLP-1s, and you're going to be producing a second cohort is people who had an event of a CLRD hospitalization. We actually need there to be overlap between those 2 cohorts because that basically represents the people who were exposed and had the event. And what we will be examining as an evaluation is the degree to which we can actually find those people in both of those groups and the extent to which they actually logically overlap in time. Another consequence of this definition is that one person may belong to the same cohort at multiple different time periods. So you'll notice in this example, cohort person 1, 2, 3, 4 is in the cohort 1 twice, from March 14th to April 30th, and then again from December 1st to February 18th. This is important because sometimes people think of cohorts as just you're either in a cohort or not. But remember, our definition is satisfying a criteria for a duration of time. That means you have to specify not only when a person enters a cohort, but when they leave a cohort. This is going to be relevant for our examples because we are going to be thinking about exposures to a drug, and you'll have to think about what it means to be in that cohort and whether or not there's only one opportunity to join the cohort or multiple. But for the outcomes, you will see very clearly there are 2 outcomes under investigation: CLRD hospitalizations and CLRD exacerbations. And these are most certainly events that can recur. One person can be hospitalized multiple times. One person can have multiple exacerbations. And so you will be thinking about the logic of how to represent those series of events. And it is feasible and needs to be modeled that you need to accommodate the fact that someone could have multiple events. One logical consequence, though, is that one person may not belong to the same cohort multiple times during the same period of time. At any given moment in time, you're either in a cohort or you're not in a cohort. And this logic is actually important because as we think about constructing this, we're gonna walk through a series of steps to make you think about when you enter a cohort and when you exit. And those should not result in, logically, in any situations where a person belongs to the same cohort at the same time. So as you are building cohorts, for any of you who have gone through our previous cohort definition tutorials or have participated in the phenotype development work group or seen any of our activities, we're trying to simplify the process of phenotype development evaluation to effectively just answer 4 questions. What are the events that let you enter a cohort? What are the inclusion criteria that are applied to those events? For each event, how long do you satisfy the inclusion criteria? And then how should events be combined together into these cohort eras? And we're going to be using the Atlas tool today to build up these cohorts, and it basically forces you to answer this set of questions. But as we go through Yasser's paper, what I want you to be thinking about is how to translate what you're reading in terms of the description of the paper into answers to these questions. And what you're going to be doing as groups together is going through the activity of designing and implementing a cohort definition that is basically answering these 4 questions. Okay, so as we've been evolving in the community over the last couple of years, particularly really accelerated from our COVID study-a-thon, we've been thinking a lot about the process of phenotype development and evaluation. And at this point, we really see that there's an iterative process that we need to walk through that starts with building concept set expressions to represent the codes. That leads into building cohort definition logic for our initial events, our inclusion criteria, and our exit strategy that uses those concept sets. It is very often the case when building phenotypes that we have to iterate back on our concept set expressions, and we cycle through this many times during our development process. And once we have a cohort definition, we now can use our cohort diagnostics tool within the community to evaluate that definition. And that allows us to iterate back on the definition and sometimes iterate back on the concept set expression. So this is kind of the process we've evolved to, and it's working with pretty good success in many studies that we've been underway. Gautam and Azza are hard at work trying to prepare a series of publications, trying to codify this process so that everybody can kind of try to use it as their own best practice. I want to be clear about what we are doing today, however. This first box, concept set expressions, I've deliberately taken this box off of the plate for you. You will not be building or evaluating concept set expressions. We have provided, you all right there, Peter? You will be provided the concept set expressions that are necessary for this study. I encourage you to look through them and see what they are. I do not recommend that you spend any time thinking about whether or not they're good or bad or right or wrong. I recommend that you accept my assertion that they are sufficient for doing this reproducibility challenge. We are deliberately doing an experiment, and Anna, George, and I have spent a lot of time trying to think about exactly how to come up with the right way to frame this day. But what we are really trying to do in this reproducibility challenge is see what happens when you can control as many pieces as possible of the process of creating a cohort, but still have the need for smart researchers to interpret a publication and to make choices based on reading a paper. So because the paper does not provide all of the concept set expressions that are necessary to implement things, we didn't want that to be yet another variable where groups could go different. And therefore, we've purposely provided you all the concept sets that you are going to need for doing this activity. We're also not giving you access to the database, at least not initially. So you will not be running cohort diagnostics as part of your definition process. Instead, what you will be focused on is this box in the middle, which is the cohort definition logic. And you will be focused on, given a set of concept sets, thinking through the logic, working through the rationale of interpreting the paper and implementing these rules. And providing a first pass or what you think is the right definition in absence of getting to have the opportunity to evaluate it. The activity that Gautam and Anna and I are going to be doing after you provide those definitions is we will run a series of characterizations, and eventually we'll certainly make sure we run full-fledged cohort diagnostics to generate results that we can look at your definitions for. The reason we have to partition this out is because we all are part of the OHDSI distributed data network community, where it is not possible that all of you have access to all data sets that you might be running under. So this is a pretty common situation we find ourselves in, that you've got an idea of some question, you want to implement a cohort based on your best understanding of what might be in a data set. But in absence of having direct access to the data, you have to create a specification that you're going to be able to use and then be able to work from there. So today's exercise, while we normally think about going concept set to cohort definition to cohort diagnostics, your teams will be focused in this middle box. We've already given you concept set expressions as a starter, and we will be running cohort diagnostics as kind of the finishing step here. Actually, yeah, let me stop there. I've seen some people are posting things in the chat, so let me just stop there and see if there's any questions or comments. Or if it's just Mark Snark, because I can't read it while I'm talking to you all. My general prior is that if Mark's posted something, it's probably Snark most of the time. Okay. Oh, go ahead, Erica.
Did you, who did you share the concept sets with? Is that JSON that was shared?
No. So, you mean the one from yesterday for the tutorial?
Yeah, yeah.
No. So yeah, I'm gonna show you all in your channels amongst the collaborator teams in your channels. You are going to see that I've provided you a link to an Atlas instance where you have a template cohort definition. And if you were to click on that in Atlas, what you're going to see, and I'm going to walk through the specific steps of it. You're going to open it up and you're going to see an empty cohort. But if you click on the concept set tab, you're going to see that there's like, I forget, 22 concept sets that are basically sitting there waiting.
Oh, got it. Don't mess them up, people.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, maybe we should clarify Erica's point. Don't mess up those concept sets inside those cohorts. Template cohorts.
No touchy on the concept sets.
Yeah, so I'm going to go through a little bit of the logistical bits, but rest assured, I do have a saved environment that you guys can't touch. So if accidentally you screw something up, just reach out to me. That's the kind of technical thing that Anna and Mitch and I can help you with. Just don't ask us to interpret the paper. But if, yeah, you blow up your cohort definition, you need a new one, we can give you another blank one to keep working off of. Andy just posted a major problem with reproducibility are the concept sets. Andy, 100% agree. And one of the reasons why George and Anna and I landed on this focus on the cohort diagnostics is I think it would be trivially easy if we just said, everybody go make your own concept sets, that you all would produce different code lists. And then someone would shrug at the reproducibility problem because they'd be like, oh, well, the code lists are different. Of course, they got different answers. And they would kind of throw away the fact that there's actually a lot more to a cohort than just the code lists. And so I personally believe, actually, well, yesterday, for those who attended the tutorial, you got to see, given the same task and the even following best practices in OHDSI, different groups come to different conclusions when creating concept sets. That just is true. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us as we are doing new research moving forward that we share all concept sets that are done in our studies as a required step of reproducibility. But there's more to cohorts than just code lists. And given that that is one variable that would be like the superficial thing, people would just say, you had different codes, so therefore, of course, you're going to get different answers. We wanted to actually control that variable for this exercise. And now we're asking the question, no, you don't get to use that as an excuse. I've given you the codes. So now the question is, can you get a same answer if given the same set of codes? And that's the exercise that we are providing here. Okay. So with that, I'm going to give I know everybody did their homework and read this paper very, very carefully. So we're not going to read the paper together. Instead, what I'm going to do is just highlight where in the paper there's content that you're going to want to pay attention to. So we're going to start with the exposure cohort. And hopefully maybe some of you are old school like me and actually do physically print out papers still. Yeah, Joel, old school, I like it. So for those of you who got the paper, I want to highlight that this is a great paper. Again, Yasser's done a really wonderful job, and I'm glad that we can showcase this. Page 2 of the paper, you all should have had it. I sent it out over email, and it's also in the files under the general channel so that you can get it there. But on page 2, you're going to see under the section Research Design and Methods, there is a section called Study Sample. That's a long paragraph. There's a section called Exposure Measurement, and there's a section called Study Follow-up. And I will assert that those are the paragraphs that you're going to be focused on for this morning's exercise when you break out. All the stuff you would need is basically described there. Certainly, if you've read the paper and you can take insights out of other parts of the paper, but that's where the content is. Very, very briefly, it describes the study sample is people comprised of patients aged more than 17 who have at least one inpatient or two outpatient encounters with type 2 diabetes or CLRD based on the presence of diagnosis and medication dispensings. Exposure assignment and startup follow-up was defined based on the first observed prescription for a GLP-1RA or a DPP-4. Patients whose first prescription did not follow at least 365 days of continuous enrollment were excluded. Included patients who used either study drug class as an add-on to other anti-diabetic agents, e.g. metformin, patients using insulin prior to the index date with a diagnosis of type 1 diabetes were excluded, patients with a history of cystic fibrosis, lung cancer, pulmonary embolism, pulmonary hypertension, which may independently worsen lung function were excluded, patients with women with pregnancy at index were excluded, patients with thyroid carcinoma may be channeled to DPP-4, so they were excluded, and patients with clinical conditions that frequently require chronic systemic corticosteroid treatment, which is protective of lung exacerbations, were excluded. There is additional information that I want you to read in the exposure measurement paragraph and the study follow-up paragraph. This description, the reason I did take a second to read this description is describing how they found all the people for two cohorts, the GLP-1 cohort and the DPP-4 cohort. Your task is the target exposure cohort, which is GLP-1. So when you're reading this, it might sound like, well, geez, they're really trying to find everybody with GLP-1s and DPP-4s, and that's true. In the OHDSI framework, we would think of that as two cohorts, the target cohort being the GLP-1 people and the comparator cohort being the DPP-4 people. And I'm going to have all of you focus on creating the GLP-1 population. I'm going to highlight also that there's a supplemental materials in this paper that I would encourage you to look at. There are two pieces of information that are useful for this first exercise on the exposure. Figure 1 in the supplemental materials provides a study timeline, inclusion-exclusion criteria. This graphical depiction of the cohort logic that's described. This, in theory, should be consistent with the body of the paper. As you are reading it, though, just note that because a human has to write words down in two separate independent documents, that it's not always guaranteed that those things would necessarily match up.
Patrick, can I have a question here?
Yep.
It's up to us to decide which version we go with, if there is some inconsistency.
That's for your team to decide. So the task at hand is for you all to read the paper and the supplement and decide based on what you've seen, what you've read, what you think might be right, what you guessed that they did, for you to implement this definition. The second content in the supplemental materials that might be useful for you possibly is figure 2, which lists a sample selection flowchart. And in this picture that Yasser produced basically provides a general schematic of attrition from the starting population down to the bottom population, which is what Yasser reports out on. Again, this is a cartoon schematic created independently of the body of the text, and so it may or may not be helpful, but it's another piece of information that you may choose to use. So your reproducibility task number 1 is to create a cohort for the target exposure GLP-1RA user group. For those of you who are collaborators in your channel for your team, you are going to see that I've posted a link to an Atlas cohort definition that has already been created and named for you. So Team 1 has a cohort definition called Team 1 Target Exposure GLP-1 Users, and all the way through Team 9. I have some basic ground rules that I'm going to set here, but just to orient you, I know that, so one of the prerequisites to be a collaborator was that you're familiar with the Atlas tool. We have purposely assigned the team so that we know that some people may be a little bit more familiar than others. Every team has at least 1 or 2 members that are quite proficient in Atlas and will be able to help navigate this through. But as a team, your task is to create one definition, to basically work inside of the link I provided you to populate the logic for your cohort definition, to save it, and then basically tell us when you're done. And so you are going to be working in that environment. You could choose to use this Atlas instance to, like, play around and build other ideas or propose alternatives within your group. So you're welcome to use the Atlas environment however you want to get the task done. But that first link I provided you, that's the master cohort. That needs to be where you put your final answer. And that's actually important because Anna and Gautam and I need to pull that master out for us to be able to perform the analyses on it afterwards. So if you start moving things around, we won't know where your master is. So if for some reason you blow up your master and screw it up to beyond the point of repair, please ping me in the chat and we'll come figure out how to replace it and know what your new identifier is. Otherwise, I'm expecting that you are going to be working inside of this one master as a team, hitting save along the way and reaching the point that you have a final definition. Azza, you have your hand up.
So you want one answer. And if we have alternatives because something is consistent or can be interpreted in 2 ways, you don't want that. You just want one answer. We have to choose.
So every team must produce one answer. If you would like to just have some alternatives and have some extra ones, I'm happy to take those too, but you still need to declare your one answer. So if you produce a couple others because you're not sure and you want to do that as an exercise and see what happens, I'm fully supportive of that. But every team must declare an answer to the problem. And that is going to be the primary piece of information we're going to use when we quantify variance, if any, that we observe across the community. I see somebody else has a hand up. Priya. Oh, you're on mute.
I'm looking at our Atlas instance and I see a lot of messages. Concept set GLP-1RA without insulin is not used, fix it. So like 23 messages saying this concept set is not okay, fix it.
Yep. So so on in the screenshot I'm sharing on my screen right now, what you are going to see is that you have a cohort definition that is empty. It has no cohort entry events, no inclusion criteria, no exit criteria. However, if you go to the second tab, you're going to see that I've populated all your concept sets. There are 22 concept sets in there. These concept sets have all the codes that are needed for everything. I've included an exhaustive list of concept sets that you could choose from. It is not required that you use all of them. I've created them basically to represent all the words that you probably read in the paper. So I can guarantee you that you can get to the right answer with some combination of these concept sets. but you don't need to use all of them. The reason why you're seeing those error messages, Priya, is because since you haven't actually populated the criteria, the cohort's yelling at you and saying, you got a lot of concept sets you haven't yet used. And that's okay, you haven't yet used them because you haven't built your cohort. So you can disregard the error messages right now. Scott, yes, there is a right answer. We have Yasser Al-Bogami as part of our collaboration. And he and Mitch and I have worked very hard to have an assertion of what a right answer is, which is in accordance to what Yasser thinks he did. So Yasser gets to be the gold standard that we are all striving towards. Though I will say, so I say that only partially in tongue in cheek, we will be using our referent definition that came from Yasser when we do our evaluations. But actually, the thing that we're most interested here isn't how well you match up to Yasser's definition. It's how much 9 groups, when given the identical task with the identical ingredients and the identical responsibility, how much do you all get to the same conclusion? So I'm way more interested in whether or not we observe variance in the solutions that you all develop than I am in how your answers correspond to Yasser's answer. However, we do have Yasser's answer in our back pocket that Mitch and I will refuse to disclose to you all throughout today, but you will get to see it at the end of the exercise. Okay. All right, so I'm on the screen here. Concept sets, those are your concept sets. I've tried my best to name them to be pretty consistent with the words you see in the literature. If for some reason you see a word in the paper and you don't know which of these concept sets correspond to the word in the paper, feel free to ping me or Mitch about that. We can, I've tried to match them up, but if it's not obvious, we can certainly just tell you that's the concept set meaning that idea. But hopefully those should match up, and the ones that are available are I can assert that you have all the ones you need for the purposes of doing this exercise. So if you find yourself saying, well, I need another concept set, I'm telling you now you're going in the wrong direction. Okay, so your task right now is to break up into your teams and go through the exercise of asking yourself the 4 questions and to create the exposure cohort. When we come back, I'll then review just the outcome definitions for those, but it's basically going to be the same exercise. So I'm gonna save that for after our next exercise. So before we break out in our groups, does anybody have any questions about what we are doing today or what we're doing in this first exercise? Mark.
Hey, Patrick. Do you think are these sessions going to be recorded? I think it might be valuable to learn Atlas a little bit better, to see people going through it that know versus people that don't. It might be worthwhile as a
that's a great suggestion. I don't know if work group collaborators. I don't actually know when I created your meetings for you whether I set it to automatically record or not. So when you first jump in, I know there's a Jansen member on every single team. So since I can control you guys are responsible for pushing the start record button when you get into your meeting. And that way I can guarantee everyone's covered. So please just hit record. It might automatically pop on. I think I set up the meetings to auto record, but if they didn't, just please press start on the record. And certainly Scott is uncontrollable for sure. Aza. Oh, hand down.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask a question. So I know you have in every team has at least 1 or 2 people who are professional in Atlas, but mistakes still do happen. How would you tease out the things that are honest interpretation of what team thought and maybe some random mistakes? Like, are we going to QC or do something like this just to make sure that what the team thought is accurately implemented in Atlas without like tools problem like mistakes?
So as a team, I hope you've got 6 members in every team. I hope you are actively QCing and getting to a right solution yourselves. The other ground rule before you break off that I just need to state is this is an exercise that relies on your teams working independently. there is a bit of an honor system thing here. I can't control you going into Atlas and clicking on somebody else's cohort definition. Please don't do that. Don't look at what other groups are doing. Don't try to say, hey, I saw that they did a cool thing. Let me go do that too. Please stay independent within your group. You as amongst your teams of 6, you can do whatever it is you want, but don't talk to the other teams. Don't look at what they're doing. Don't look into their channels and see what they're chatting about. Stay amongst yourselves. We will have an opportunity to learn from each other after you've done this exercise, but for right now, think of it as you and your team are an independent silo working on this together. All clear? All right. We'll see you all back in this meeting in 2 hours time. And in between, if you need me or Anna or Mitch or Yasser, you can feel free to ping us. Just don't ask us questions about how to interpret the paper. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. See you.
Oh, we need to declare that? Oh, team 1 is good.
Mark declared on your behalf, Erica. You ignored my plea for your help.
I'm sorry.
She did give a thumbs up to my statement that we were done.
I was like, I'm out. Bye.
All right.
I think it is going to be interesting to review the recordings of what happened 5 minutes before 11 for each of the groups.
Don't watch our recording. I have many verbal disclaimers that are like, well, I know I'm being recorded, so take this off the record.
All right. So
Uh-oh, we were recorded?
Exactly,
Yeah, we were,
Mark.
and I don't know if I turned it off, so it might be going on into forever.
Yeah, I think I left mine on too.
All right. So welcome back, everybody. This hour we have now is to go through the team reviews. And so I'm gonna ask each team to present for no more than 5 minutes on their process, what they learned, what any insights, thoughts they have. It does not need to be a detailed walkthrough of your definition, though it can be if you want to share your screen and do that. But I just want an opportunity for all the groups to go through and share what they've done. Ground rules, though, you are locked and loaded now. Do not edit what you've done. If you see that somebody else has done something and you're like, oh crap, I really would have wished I did that, it is too late. You need to call your cohorts final because those are the ones we're going to evaluate. Gautam is in the process of grabbing them, but please, step away from the keyboard as it relates to that.
Wait, you
The
need to
first
put in
thing
the
I'm
name
going
final?
to highlight is this is an exercise in understanding, variation in how researchers work. And I thought that the most interesting part of the start was that I sent all of you calendar invites to join a meeting, and only 3 of the 9 teams was able to figure out how to do that. And others went ahead and made their own meetings, created new creative ways. And of the 9 teams that I asked to hit record, 1 of them did. So already we've gained some tremendous insights as to what it actually means to follow instructions. And we will see how those instructions play out for the rest of this session.
No.
Patrick, can I have a quick question, just logistics? Sorry.
Yep.
Has everybody used the template that Patrick provided?
Yes.
So all the teams use the template that Patrick provided. Is there any other additional cohorts that needs to be used?
No, I didn't see any. But Anna and I were verifying with. So Gautam, if you grab them right now, please grab them now so that they can't edit. Don't cheat. Thank you.
Well, there are
All right.
timestamps, Patrick. So.
What's that, Josh?
I said there are timestamps, so everyone's going to know if you edit it. So it modified.
That's true. We have an audit trail there. They're very good. Very good. Okay. So getting to the more serious bit, you've all gone through this exercise. All of the teams did confirm they had a definition they're good at. I have asked you in the poll I hope that you will use the poll right now before we jump into the individual team things to answer my all of the above question, which is going through this challenge 1. Was it fun, informative, confusing, thought-provoking, and exciting?
Loading, hold on.
I only see 11 responses from you all, and I see 85 of you on this call right now, so.
Why is there no
Still
right?
loading.
Loading, it's taking forever.
It's loading.
Yeah, still loading.
All right, I'm seeing the votes go up a little bit. Very good. And I'm seeing about, not that many people were confused by the task, but some fraction of people found this to be fun, informative, or thought-provoking or exciting. I think there's a whole bunch of things that we are trying to accomplish by doing this exercise. I mean, obviously the most basic one is to work together as a team to think through how do we improve the science of what we're doing. And I hope that by going through this exercise, you may have gained some insights that you maybe didn't have before by thinking critically and applying your skills to the specific task. What I specifically for what we are going to do right now for this hour, I would like for each of the teams to spend 5 minutes just sharing what you did and any insights that you had. It could be on any topic of the process, whatever it would be. This is going to be relatively open-ended and free form. So, feel free to say whatever you want. We do want to capture these insights. Like, we're recording the meeting and we will capture these insights because this might be part of the data set that we collect as we think about reflecting on this process of what did we observe when we went through the task of trying to do a reproducible task. So please, know that you're capturing stuff that we may.
Send us 20 more minutes. I'll be there in 3.
Oops. Oh, somebody. Okay, we're good. So encourage you to share any insights. Also, please use the chat if you have additional insights or thoughts or reflections and you want to throw those up there. We want to capture those as well. This part isn't going to be, this hour isn't about what the data is going to tell us. That's what we're going to learn after the lunch break or the break after this session. So this is more about the process and ultimately the end point that you got to as a team. Is that clear? All right. This time around, I'm going to go top to bottom, and the next time we'll go bottom to top. So creatively named Team 1. Can you give me your 5-minute summary?
Do we share screen or no?
Whatever you'd like. You should have the ability to if you want to.
Okay. So guys, if you're comfortable with it.
What was our team name as well?
Our team name is Team 1 Jersey Pizza because it's a thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm not going to go through the whole phenotype. I'm going to highlight 2 things that we spent a good amount of time talking about. And so the first thing that we spent a good amount of time talking/arguing about would be the first sentence in the study sample section. We had a lot of debate on 1 inpatient or 2 outpatient encounters with T2D and CLRDP. And so we ended up using the figure 2 flow chart to kind of help inform us. What we ended up landing on, and I'll just show you T2D because CLRD mimics the same logic, is basically you have type 2 diabetes if you had a drug exposure or you had one of these items, and that was an inpatient visit with type 2 diabetes or 2 outpatient visits with type 2 diabetes. And I think we probably went through all permutations of the ands and ors and whether they were together or separated. So that is that. And like I said, because of the flow chart, we ended up saying that T2D was on its own and then CLRD was on its own, and that there was no or between those 2 conditions. But like I said, we kind of had some disagreement about that. Does anybody want to really quickly say anything else about that, Mark or Jamie? Okay.
Just that we thought it would be uncommon to see CLRD and type 2 diabetes in the same visit, so that's why we separated them.
Okay.
If I, just to jump in there, if I'm correct, you didn't have this implementation up to like 5 minutes or 10 minutes ago, before you had them co-occurring on the same visit, right?
No, we did this in the last 5 minutes of the event.
Got it. Okay.
Yep, we came back to it. Like, we knew we did it. We weren't in agreement. It was the last thing we went back and fixed.
Got it.
And so since it was done at the last minute, chances are the logic doesn't work, but we'll find out.
We did QC. I will say that we did QC.
Yes.
Okay, so this was where we spent, I'd say a good portion of our time in trying to figure out this. The other thing that we are pretty sure is wrong, but we decided to abandon it because we knew we wouldn't be able to settle on a good way to do this, is how to define pregnancy. And so in the paper, it discusses that women had to be, women who were pregnant at index. And I think that's pretty difficult if you don't have pregnancy exposures within the CDM. And so just using these conditions, what we did is we followed the logic of exclusion like we would do for like the other conditions like lung cancer, cystic fibrosis. But we know that some of these women probably delivered way before the index, so they were no longer pregnant at index. But this would take a little bit more noodling than we had. That was our thoughts.
And we didn't want to try to think, because some of these pregnancy codes include delivery, and we didn't want to start futzing around with things after the index date, saying like, oh, if you've delivered within 9 months of the index date, then you must have been pregnant at the index date. But we just didn't go there.
Okay, and I think those were the two most notable things. And other than that, our cohort's correct.
Very good. Thank you, Erica and Team 1 Jersey Pizza. Team 2, can I ask you to present your work?
Sure, I can do it. I will also share. So we actually had, the pregnancy was the same problem that kind of Erica and her group got into, but we had other issues we got stuck up on as well that we can hit on. So actually sticking with pregnancy, the way we tackled the pregnancy question, we kind of went back and forth on a number of ways to do this, was to treat the condition, procedure, and observation separately. So we I don't know how well this works, but we try to use condition errors for pregnancy and basically say if it overlapped the index date, so starts before the index date within 9 months, ends after the index date within 9 months, then they were pregnant on index date and should be excluded. How well that works, I'm not sure. And then the other one, so procedures or observations, we said if you had anything within 2 months occurring on either side of the index date, then you were considered to be pregnant on index. So we thought about widening that, even to 9 months on either side, but our thought was that if you were pregnant, you're probably getting semi-usual checkups. So in that 4-month window, we should be capturing, the majority of pregnant women. We probably could have done this also for individual condition occurrences and use the same thing along with the condition error. But yeah, that's how we tackled that. But I think this one was probably the hardest thing that we had conversations about. The other big one was actually defining an add-on therapy. So in the text, all it says is we're only including GLP users who added to existing anti-diabetic therapy. And it doesn't actually say how they defined what was considered an add-on. So I know when I've done add-on versus switching studies, I have all this logic about when do you consider someone switching versus add-on? Do you continue to fill the original drug that you were filling prior to the index date? Or in this case, we kind of took a simpler approach and said, we looked for drug errors of the drugs for diabetes and required that the drug error started prior to the index date and then ended at least 30 days after the index date. So at least they had days supply for a drug for at least 30 days while they were taking their GLP. And that was kind of our proxy for they were taking both the original anti-diabetic and the GLP at the same time for at least 30 days. And I think everything else was more fairly straightforward. There were some like censoring events that I think we at first were talking about, how are we going to, how are we going to apply them to the cohort? And then we decided, no, actually, we can just do that at the analysis stage. All those details can actually be worked into the analysis. And so we got away from that. And the timing, we actually had the 2005 to 2017 criteria up there top, but then we saw that the censoring actually took care of that at the bottom, so we ended up removing it. But otherwise, that was our major things. I don't know if anyone else from Team 2 has anything to add that we hit on. No, I guess I nailed it.
Yeah, I think pretty much summed it up.
Thanks, Wojciech.
Thank you, Dave.
Yep.
And Team 2. So actually, I'm gonna just as a standing question, I'm gonna ask each team. I'll ask you first, Dave, and I'll go back to Team 1. So you gave a sense, Dave, that you felt like you feel pretty good about your reproduction of the study. You got some details about pregnancy, but the other ones you were saying generally feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I wouldn't have felt that way if I had to make my own concept sets. And honestly, some of the exclusion criteria, whereas like in his figure, it was that he only used 365 days, but in the text it says history of things. And we took the more broad history of, like any time prior, we excluded people for having those conditions. So ours might be a little more conservative. So no, I'm not like completely confident that we're going to replicate exactly with everyone else. I think there were a lot of places where we had to make decisions on what we thought he meant. Yeah. Okay. But those are probably the two biggest ones that I hit on.
Got it. And Erica, just to go back to you for Team 1, how confident are you guys feeling?
We're super confident.
Okay. So
Super
it'll be plus or minus 1% of the right answer?
Barring the pregnancy thing. That's where we got it wrong. But everything else is right.
Okay. All right. Good. So I did. Okay, good. Then let's keep going. And as you're going through the other teams, if you could let us know your relative level of comfort with your specification, that will be a helpful piece of data too. Team 3.
Hi everyone. I will represent Team 3 to lead the presentation, and my teammates feel free to chip in. I will also share my screen. I hope you all can see it. So I have four main points to make. I think so. First, overall, we find this paper is well written. At least it provides much more details in the cohort definition than you probably would find in many other papers. So thank you, the authors, for writing such a good paper, and thank you for picking it for this challenge. And with the concept sets created, well named, we feel it's also not hard to match, the concept sets to the description in the paper, and we didn't struggle much with, what concepts are included in the concept set. We know that's not the focus of this challenge. So for the logics, we started with the index date. So here we picked the drug exposure of GLP without insulin. I didn't mark on the paper exactly where this without insulin part came from, but also with this concept set created, we feel we got a hint that should be used for the index date. The second point, I echo the other two groups, or the first group on the, I think that's one ambiguity is the type, whether we are looking for co-occurrence of type 2 diabetes and CORD on the same visit, or they can be on separate visits. And we feel that it's too stringent criteria to restrict them to be on the same visit. So within our cohort definition, we also allow type 2 diabetes and CORD to be on different visits as long as there's one inpatient or two outpatient encounters. And just showing the type 2 diabetes as an example, we use whether the patient has a diagnosis code, mainly a condition occurrence of type 2 diabetes, or drug exposures that relate to type 2 diabetes. And there's a minor point I want to make here. I think initially our team discussed whether we should start with the visit occurrence of inpatient or ER visit and add a nested criteria for the condition, or we sort of do it the other way around, to start it with a condition occurrence of type 2 diabetes, and from there we can add attribute to specify the type of visit. Our team landed on this option for some suggestions that my teammates made about this being more accurate. But if you guys want to comment more about that, feel free. But that's the second thing we made our choice of. So the third is we also had a little bit struggle with the add-on. In the paper, they included patients who use either study drug class as an add-on to other anti-diabetes agents, e.g. metformin. So we had some discussion on this add-on, whether to use metformin or drugs to relate to diabetes. So we landed on this option. I forgot the exact reason why, but that's what we landed on. And one final comment is the censoring event. So we add the censoring of drug exposure, DPP. There's also censoring on the hospitalization for reasons other than CORD exacerbations. So I don't think I see this coming in other publications, but the author made a choice here, I think due to the claims database not capturing the drug exposure after the hospital admission. So I think that's why they add that follow-up, add that censoring event there. We would have added to our censoring events if without the bug. So that's all I want to say for our breakout section. Teammates, if you want to add anything, feel free.
Great, thank you, Ligia. And could you comment on confidence level? How are you feeling about this?
What's the highest before 99? Well, add 0.1% to that. Just
okay.
Rolling.
All right. So
Price is Right
really
rules.
Good. Okay, very good.
I see there's some variability in using the GLP-1s and the GLP-1s excluding those with combo therapy across our definitions.
Yep. Yeah. So we'll I want to get through all the teams, and then we'll try to see if we see any particular themes or variances that we can see, and we'll of course dig into this when we look at the results too. But good to know that we've got a team that's confident, regardless of whether it's different from others.
So I actually, realistically, I think there are many minor details that we were able to make decisions on, but that doesn't mean that we are confident that the decisions were made consistent with what the author meant. We just felt good that, okay, we have a decision, we can move forward. But I know how much that can move the needle. Many times it can move it way a lot, whether it's the pregnancy, or was it the exit sensor of the day supply, whether it was the exposure for like the add-on and how you define add-on, like that's a beast. And I think so. Due to those, I won't say that we might be completely off the direct answer defined as the one by the author.
That is typical Aza hedging right there. Confident, but still willing to acknowledge that she's going to be way off. All right, very good. Team 5.
Hey, you skipped 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I checked off. Sorry. Team 4. Joel.
Hey, I'll talk. We had to, you know, this is our team. We didn't decide who was going to talk, but I'll talk and then people can add in. I'm going to do just a more general review. First of all, the thing I was amazed at was after reading this paper several times, I was like, oh, this is going to be a piece of cake. We're going to be done with this in 10 minutes. And just the amount of discussion that's in there was just sort of surprising. It's like, oh yeah. Just all these different things that different people are bringing up. And so that was one thing. Second, I was going through these discussions. I'm sort of amazed about that people are looking at pregnancy and the diabetes treatment add-on as the big sticking points for their thing. And we found the same thing. So it's amazing how all these people doing it, and still there was that level of ambiguity, that at least in those two things. The other one seemed pretty straightforward, at least as far as I could tell. I'll just throw out, it's interesting just because I have a few more minutes. Interesting, I'm reading this book called Noise by Daniel Kahneman and a couple other people. Daniel Kahneman is a Nobel Prize winner. And I'm thinking about, as we're going through this and as through discussion, how much noise is brought up just in the language of what's written there. And noise is not, he differentiates between noise and bias, systematic bias, and the noise is just errors. And it's just like the way different people will because the English language is so limited, that adds so much noise to it. Anybody else from Team 4 have anything that they want to talk about?
Well, I agree with you, Joe. It's especially with the Boolean operations like and and ors, right? How do we deal with that? I look at it differently maybe than somebody else, and it's always a bit of difficulty. The other things I noticed that I did have the need to look at the data at some point to decide on Windows whether it actually matters if we discuss 29 days or 30 days, etc. So that's also, I think, a useful finding. It felt uncomfortable that I didn't have access to the data, especially for the pregnancy question where, we talked about it for quite a while. We probably spent a bit too much time on it, which you wouldn't if you would have access to the data. And of course, you then do not know how it will work on other data, but at least it would give you a little bit of insights, I would say.
I want to second that, because I felt completely like I need to look, and other way of looking would be like, if we had more time, I would have done it multiple ways and see what we see in cohort diagnostics. Like that's definitely something I would have done if it wasn't a 1-hour challenge and we need to have one to run with.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, part of the reason we're doing this exercise, of course, like, so Aza, to your point, like you have now done that. You never did that prior to 9 months ago because it didn't even exist. Now it's become part of your essential product. But before that, you didn't do that, and 99.999% of the world doesn't do that at all. Peter, your point about data, knowledge of data. There's access to data and there's knowledge of data, which are two different things. There could be discomfort for lack of knowledge of data, which could be solved in some ways. And then there's discomfort for lack of access to data, which are solved in different ways. But both of them come to the fore when we talk through this type of exercise. And of course, if you're Yasser in this case writing a paper, you start with the person with the knowledge trying to convey out to people who may or may not have the knowledge. And so you can imagine, as Joel, you're raising with just the noise of the human language, part of it's, communications is two ways. You got the sender and the receiver, and both of them have to have a common grounding to be able to understand something.
Well, especially with things like diabetes, right, which in some record systems only recorded once and just not repeated. So the time windows of a year, actually, I would not apply on our data, because it might well be that the patient is still diabetic, very high certainty, and you wouldn't catch them with the 1 year look back, for example.
Very good. Thank you, team 4. Oh, and confidence, Joel and Peter and team, what's your confidence on this?
I would say 90% or so.
Okay.
Yeah, not too bad, but there are still quite some things that we needed a little bit more time. I felt we were a little bit pressured at the end.
Oh, Joel, are you talking?
Yeah, I was going to say, just from my standpoint, it's like, for me, when I write papers, I spit everything out, put it down for a day, and then come back. I don't try to do it. It's the same thing with this. It's like, I know there's a couple errors in there, but it's like I needed to put it down, and then it's like, oh yeah, this is obvious. Why didn't I do this? So.
Great. Okay. Good. But before I go to team 5, Gautam, just to confirm you're good. I sent you a separate chat. You got all the Jasons? You're on mute. Thumbs up if you're good. Okay, great. All right, team 5.
Ines, did you want to chat or you want me to chat?
Go for it, Scott. I know I'm not
sorry,
Ines, but
sorry, I'm here, but my kids are around me, so I would prefer to have you presenting.
No worries. Kids are funner than me anyway. Let me just state, I've been working with Patrick long enough. I know he's got tricks up his sleeve. And the one thing that we discovered, well, one of the things that we discovered that I thought was, I don't think anybody's mentioned before, is that a lot of the things that should have, in theory, could have just been conditions only, had observations in them. And so that was the CLRD definition, and then the any condition that requires a corticosteroid. So we thought that was pretty interesting. The other piece, we struggled with the pregnancy definition again, and for us, we said 0 days before and 0 days after. So unless you had a pregnancy thing on the index date, it would not catch it in ours.
That was partly my fault. I kind of pressured them to make a decision so that we could keep going. So apologies, guys.
I think pressure is exactly what that last meeting was about, right? A lot of prep work at the beginning, how to use the tool, how would we put these things in, and then the last few minutes is just put it in. Patrick is saying the deadlines are there. The last thing I'll just touch on is for the monotherapies for us, what we did was any diabetic medication 365 before. So we said that if you were on it in the observation period, in the baseline period, we would count that as not a monotherapy, but we only looked at before the index date. Anything else from Team 5?
No, great job, Scott.
So Scott, Claire, and team, confidence level?
What do you feel like, Scott? I'm feeling like I like the 90 that Peter gave. I'm going to say like 91. So not like the 99.
So anything greater than 60 to us is passing. So definitely passing.
Okay, very good. Okay. You mentioned, actually, on a serious note, Scott, you mentioned time pressure. So I actually didn't bring that up with the other groups, but since you raised it, I'll raise it to you. Like the time, was it an unreasonable ask to perform this task in the 2 hours?
From my
could
perspective,
have used a little bit more. Oh, sorry.
Peter says a little bit more. Scott?
I totally agree, Peter. For us, there was some, forming, storming, norming that had to happen just with our team and the use of the tool. I think if we were all on the same page to start with, it would have been enough time, but that took some getting used to begin with. So I think the next round will be quicker.
Got it. Okay. Does that time restriction though impact your confidence, at least in the integrity of what we've done, what you've done here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's fair. Okay. Good. Team 6.
So I'll just speak very generally about our thought process. I think that we had conversations very similar to most groups that presented beforehand. Our approach, though, was a little bit more literal. Each one of us as epidemiologists had our own interpretation of how we would set up the analysis, but we had to rely on the text and the exact language that was written when we were producing our logic within Atlas. And when there was a lack of consensus, we then turned to the figures. I think some of the major inclusion criteria where there was a little bit of lack of consensus between teams were the ones relating to the prior type 2 diabetes and CLRD condition or drug. Our interpretation of the text as it was written was that these had to occur within the same visit. During the same visit, a patient had to have type 2 diabetes or CLRD. And we really tried to look at the punctuation and the grammar to see if we could get any clues as to how the author intended for that to be interpreted. Unfortunately, that was not very helpful. We also decided that in some cases, the literal interpretation of the text would lead us to make decisions that were questionable, like finding drug exposures during an outpatient visit. However, we thought maybe there was some liberties taken during the text to make the text less cumbersome, make it a little bit shorter and easier to read for a certain type of audience. Then there was the pregnancy question we spent quite a bit of time on. Looking at the charts, we felt that we would literally interpret that as a pregnancy condition observation procedure within the past 365 days. And maybe the final point, we had a discussion about the use of other type 2 medications as part of the inclusion criteria. We actually found that some of the sensitivity analysis centered around this inclusion criteria. So we decided for the primary analysis that we wouldn't include that. I don't know if anyone from Team 6 wants to add anything else.
No, that was great. Thanks.
So Stefan, same question to you and the team. Confidence?
I'd say about 90%.
Okay, very good. All right, and one more, Stefan. Time pressure. Feel good about finishing, or do you feel like time compromised you guys?
I don't think that we were compromised by time. I think we would have continued the discussion a little bit longer if we had more time, but that we wouldn't have necessarily changed our answer.
Agreed.
Okay, good. All right, Team 7.
I can go if no one is talking. All right, I'll start and guys, please jump in. So a little bit of pretty much mix of everything that has already been said. Like Joel said, like I read it, like when I read the paper, I was like, oh, piece of cake, 15 minutes, we're gonna be done. It's super easy. We read it together and then it ended up being a lot of discussions. A lot of things that has been brought up. Type 2 diabetes and CLRD together, does it make sense or not? What should we do with pregnancy? The text says at index date. The figure is looking at 365 days prior. What does that really mean? Like, if a person is pregnant the day before, we're excluding them? Like, so we had a lot of these discussions and like, what are the decision points that we're, and like some other things, like for example, a difference that we had, and CLRD and type 2 diabetes, like compared to what I've heard so far, that we also looked into drugs, because the text said that it's either diagnosis or medication used for CLRD and drugs. So we added that. We thought that's a good decision. There were a couple of other things, like the way we read it, like that's like led to a different interpretation or discussion of like whether we start with like how we do, like, for example, type 2 diabetes and CLRD, like nest visit within the diagnosis, condition occurrence, or the other way around, that we had a lot of discussions around. But the biggest discussion points were pretty much in line with whatever everyone else has said. I kind of feel the same, that like I like to just like do like this sketch and then refine this sketch. So it would have been not the time pressure, but I think a lot of us like would have like done, like if there was like a coffee break and then go back, or tomorrow, like, oh, we didn't look into that. Like that would have been raise the confidence up to closer to 99%. But generally, it just was like an exercise to show that there's like things that look very straightforward was not as straightforward as we think. It's a lot of details that are hidden.
So those details that are hidden, though, Asya, you were saying that it seemed straightforward to read it until you had your conversations, but the details that are missing, do you still feel confident that your definition is doing the right thing, or just have, like, give me a sense of, given the ambiguity, how do you feel confident?
I mean, team, please jump in, but I think like we're very confident with our decisions. Again, like I'm gonna be on Aza's point of like it all depends. Like some of these decisions may move the needle, but we're gonna stick within the 90% confidence limit.
Okay.
But there are certain things that we've done differently.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Asya. Team 8.
So maybe I'll start, and other teammates can jump in. I'm going to share my screen so we can look at our cohort definition. The first thing that we talked about was in the time frame. I noticed some people used the time frame and other people did not. And then we also thought about, do we need to go all the way to the end of 2017, or should we require more time if you only had data up till the end of 2017? What did the authors do with a patient who started GLP-1 in November of 2017? That wasn't exactly clear, but this is what we ended up with. The add-on question was actually kind of interesting, because some people are using this add-on as an inclusion criteria, and what the authors say is that they included patients who used either study drug class as an add-on, and so we didn't treat that as an inclusion criteria, because that would exclude patients who did not meet this condition, and so we essentially just ignored this sentence. The pregnancy question we did talk a good bit about, and the way we handled that was using a 30-day look back, which was somewhat arbitrary, and we kind of just had to be okay with coming up with some arbitrary definition of what time frame we were going to look for these pregnancy condition procedures and observations. After seeing some of the others, I realized we actually made a mistake, which I think is kind of a big mistake. We said no prior CLRD, which is obviously wrong. And so, and I think the reason why we did this is because we were looking at we were kind of going back and forth between this figure and the text, and somehow just missed that this actually meant people without that you had to have CLRD to be in the cohort. So for that kind of lowered my confidence in our definition. Also the monotherapy question we were real confused by. So here they're excluding monotherapy users, and we couldn't really figure out what that meant, and so we didn't implement anything around that. The last thing that we actually spent a lot of time on that no one has mentioned yet is kind of the complexity of the cohort exit. So in the paper, there's a lot of different ways that a person can exit the study. And so we actually wanted sort of to use 2 of these 3 options. We wanted to have a fixed duration, 365 days, as well as the end of the continuous drug exposure. And so we couldn't exactly do that, as well as multiple censoring events like hospitalization for conditions other than CLRD, which seemed pretty difficult to implement. So yeah, those were our kind of points. Does anybody else have anything they want to say from teammate?
I think you captured everything.
So Adam, that the first criteria that you had there, you said you guys just misread the no prior CLRD should just be prior CLRD. Do you just want to switch that to from equals 0 to at least 1?
If that's allowed, I don't know if that's allowed, but yeah,
I'll allow it.
Okay. And I don't know how if that would, what the effect of that would be on the study result, but yeah.
But
Yeah,
just
so go ahead
to
and
that
change
point,
that one to be at least 1.
Okay.
If really this is just a Boolean of flipping it over, let's go ahead and change that. And Mitch and Gautha, make sure you grab this one again.
got it.
I'll save it.
Great. Okay, so given that was just a misreading, that's fine. So given that fix, how confident are you feeling, Adam?
I'm not super confident. What does anybody else have but I think that's just because we missed that one thing. But how does anybody else feel? Does anybody else have an answer for that?
I think heading into it, maybe we would have been at like an 85, and even with that fix, I'd still say we're at like a 70 is where I would peg it. But.
Okay. Okay. Very good. All right. Last but not least, Team 9.
Yeah, so it's always great going last because you can see all of the things that you might have done differently. So I'll share my screen because I can go through a few things we did. If I can share my screen, yeah, there we go. So, I mean, my first point would be more general, like on the philosophy of reproducibility. There's 2 points to reproducibility. One is reproducibility of the conclusions of a scientific study, and the other is reproducibility of the protocol. My assumption is we're doing the latter here because I would actually prefer a different cohort definition if I were to reproduce the conclusions of a study, because that means the exact numbers might be different, but the overall outcome that you come to would be the same. So with that said, we kind of did a somewhat literal interpretation of the paper. The first thing we kind of actually had a disagreement on was whether they considered patients to be 18 or 17 and I noticed that a few people a few of the teams had a different definition. They would say 17 or 18. 18 was in the figure, 17 was in the text of the paper. I took it as 18 because that's the age that you consider someone to be a minor or not in the US. So that could affect patient capture somewhat because they might be in Medicaid. Then I think we had some ambiguity about whether the patient was on a diabetes medication. We actually didn't discuss like whether this was right until at the very end. But here we just have they were on a diabetes medication any day before or one day after index. I think going back, I probably would have to look at that and adjust for that. In terms of then our inclusion type criteria, we were very specific of excluding patients on insulin at any point prior to index. We then just had a big category of comorbidities for our pregnancy definition, which we also had not that long a discussion of, but we did have a discussion of that we didn't think that we were capturing this correctly. I kind of took the opinion that if pregnancy codes came up in my cohort diagnostics run, I would probably go back and then try and look at a specifically well-defined pregnancy definition as an entirely separate process, because I don't think we were going to capture it here in the time we had allocated. One other thing is the capturing for whether the patients had CLRD or diabetes. We thought these were separate events, that they must have both inpatient visits for diabetes, inpatient or outpatient visits for diabetes, or and inpatient or outpatient visits for CLRD. So we consider that to be and criteria, but they didn't necessarily have to be at the same visit. That was how we read the text, but we did debate that. So there's obviously a lot of ambiguity in how you interpret what they said in the paper there. And then we considered as well, like we considered that they would have had the text of the paper was arguing that they would have had a medication for diabetes during that visit, or CLRD in the case of CLRD. And how we defined that, there's also a great deal of ambiguity. We just decided that they had to have it after or around the index date, and it depended for the inpatient index dates, it had to be during that occurrence. And then event persistence, we also had that bug, or we couldn't really properly define the end sensory, so that might create problems, but I don't think a specimen of inpatient or outpatient, would actually affect the cohort that we had here. But we kind of, how we define the end persistence seemed to be different to the rest of the other groups. And we did actually discuss whether we have this surveillance window of 30 days or after, and we decided 0. But again, that might be something that would be changed if we were to review it longer. Anyone else have any other comments from our group?
One practical thing, James, for the CLRD definition, I noticed a slight mistake where we said any drug instead of the CLRD drug. So I'm looking at Patrick, whether you're allowed to still flip that. There it says drug we should have.
I'll allow it.
Nice.
So, Patrick, can I say this is what Patrick will call a bug, not a mistake. This is a bug. You meant it to be, so he allows bugs to be corrected after time.
Yeah, if it's a mistake that Patrick made, it's a bug. If it's a mistake that somebody else makes, that's an error.
That's not my school of software design, Patrick. I don't know.
I only produce features. JPEG, confidence level.
I would say I very much doubt we'll get the exact numbers that we see in the paper, but I think that the overall conclusions would be similar enough that I wouldn't have a problem with it reviewing it as a paper reviewer. So say 70% is a, it's an if you have to give me a number.
Got it. Okay. Very good. All right. So I've been asking you all, thank you, JPEG and Team 9. So I've been asking you all generally about confidence. I'm now going to formalize it a little bit. I'm launching a poll right now, and I need you guys to answer this. The question is, what would you consider a successful reproduction? And I'm going to use the metric of an exposure patient count, so the number of people that get into the cohort. So I want to hear from you what you think successful reproduction would be. Is it that it's exactly the same, plus or minus 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%? I want you all to weigh in and vote on this.
The problem is you're asking us to grade ourselves, right?
This question isn't about your cohort, Scott. This question is in general. We're trying to do reproduction, so just asking the question, like, if we did a reproduction and we were some boundaries towards it, would we be able to declare that we successfully reproduced on the function of exposure count in this case?
And same database, not
Same
a similar.
database.
Same
Yeah,
database.
assuming that we are running identical data, we have the ground truth answer and we have a reproduction, and I'm measuring the quantity of patient difference between the right answer and the reproduction. How close do those have to be for you to think it's a successful reproduction?
Again, Patrick, as a reviewer or as somebody thinking my work is good enough? Maybe they should be the same, but you know, we know they're not always the same.
Yeah, it's a fair point. So I want, I guess, yeah, I'll say from the vantage point of us trying to reproduce it, not from a reviewer. So like you could get some sort of anal statistical reviewer who says, unless the numbers match to floating point integer, this is rejected. I'm not thinking about that kind of perspective, but I am interested in hearing your general, everyone's general feelings about this as a place to be, because you guys are talking about confidence, and so we want to understand like confidence in a particular context here.
So, Patrick, I know there's no way to do this with the original paper, but between us there is, and that's actual percent match of subject IDs that enter the cohort. Because if you take a criteria like how Adam and his team implemented the non-CLRD, if that was like a 50%, half of the people had CLRD and half didn't, you could end up with exactly the same number, but it's exactly opposite of who you'd want in the cohort. So I think having that, and I think Raj put that same comment in the chat, would be probably more important.
Yeah, so we absolutely can and we will be actually looking at explicit overlap of the cohorts. But if you in general you assume like if you're reproducing, it would be a radical coincidence if you ended up hitting the same number and they were disjoint sets of people.
I mean, I think it depends a lot on like your expectation of what it is you're reproducing. Do you mean reproduction in general or reproduction about this paper? Because I know that there are OHDSI papers out there, we could reproduce them perfectly because everything's available. But do you mean in general or this paper?
I'm talking in general. When we say someone attempts to reproduce a study, what should we consider success? Nicole, you raise your hand.
And I was going to make the exact same point that was made. Do you mean the number of people or the number of matches? So that's okay.
Okay. All right. Well, right now I've got 53 responses, which is most of our collaborators here, and I'm seeing 11% are thinking it needs to be exactly the same, 68% are thinking that it's plus or minus 10%, and 21% think that it should be plus or minus 20%. So given that, I'm going to close that poll. I'm going to ask you a new question. So now I'm going to ask you a question specifically about what we're doing. I just asked you all about your confidence, and you all said high confidence. Since your top number you just gave me was 20%, all of you think successful reproduction is plus or minus 20%. The question I'm now asking you is, how confident are you that your implementation will reproduce the study exposure cohort within 20% of the reference target? And again, I am talking about person count, not overlap. Just we presume that those are going to be kind of close. I'd like to get as much data as from you guys. Please all vote on this because it's helpful, and this is actually the kind of data we will likely use in our joint publication together.
See, this is where we say 10% is a really big bucket, but then when we're grading ourselves, then
exactly
it's like,
I was trying not to lead the witness too much there, Scott, but that's exactly right. When you have a high threshold for what it would be a success, but now you're going to look at yourself, and you all said you were 90% confident in successful reproduction, and yet now that I've put it down in a number that we're going to be able to actually measure, now we're seeing a slightly different perspective coming through here.
See, that's why I pulled Azza and I said, well, with all these errors.
Okay. All right, I've got 45 responses, and now we actually see a distribution where 22% of you are extremely confident, 42% of you are somewhat confident, another 27% are somewhat not confident, and now 7% of you are extremely not confident. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Just a couple points that I want to make, and then I'm going to have you guys break, have it a break. One thing is, a lot of you all talked about the challenges of pregnancy. I definitely think that that's a worthwhile point in and of itself to talk about, because pregnancy is an extremely common exclusion criteria in most observational studies. And I think every one of them that I've read said exclude pregnant women. And I've never seen anyone actually provide a specification for it. So like if someone's looking for out of this opportunity, like a thing to describe, like the specification of how one includes and excludes pregnant women in a study is like a paper that somebody could absolutely just dig into and think about. And then, so I think that actually has some real utility just given its widespread application. That said, all of you spent a huge amount of time on that. And I can tell you that 50-year-old men who have diabetes and are on third-line treatment are not the target population where you really need to worry about pregnant women. So you probably were wasting your time on spending time on pregnancy, because whether or not you got that right was going to remove less than 1% of the people in the cohort. That wasn't where your error was going to come from. And I see this happen time and time again in pretty much every group I'm in. You get focused on things that you think are interesting, but they're probably not practically useful. And the truth of excluding pregnant women in a diabetic population is that there aren't that many of them that you really have to be worried that much about. The other thing I want to highlight, and I saw somebody mention it in the chat real quick, several of you got fixated on the worried about how to handle censoring. And censoring is something that we've been talking a lot about in the community as an issue that I think we need to come up with better ways to communicate about the distinction between cohort choices and analysis design choices. Because the issue of they only wanted 1 year of follow-up time, that's actually an analysis choice to say that I want to run my hazard ratio with a Kaplan-Meier plot to go to 365. That's not actually anything to do with the exposure population. And then they've got this issue of censoring at hospitalization, and one can question the merits of whether or not, you know, given that one of the outcomes itself is CLRD hospitalization, whether you really mean to censor at all hospitalizations, or if there is something significant. But just trying to draw the distinction between what defines the population's entry and exit from a cohort perspective and what defines time at risk from an analysis perspective is an important consideration. And just the ambiguity in language in most papers usually conflates those things in a way that can be quite confusing. And I think several of you ran into that. The other comment that I heard actually was about add-on therapies, which I thought was a good call out, to talk about adding a treatment or switching a treatment or combining a treatment. There's a whole bunch of words that get used to describe that actually, I think Dave, you were the one that mentioned, like, there's a hell of a lot of logic to get that right. And for it to be glossed in a half sentence with like add-on therapy really loses a lot of the nuance there. And that's a tricky space where, you know, it's something, part of the reason we have our data model and, you know, we try to use drug arrows as a representation is because there's lots of embedded logic that needs to be fully explained there on that topic. Oz, I see you raised your hand.
Yeah, just on that comment about the use of words, even in this paper, in the text, they said add-on therapy. In the attrition, they have a line say monotherapy, and it had like 50% of the cohort cut off on that criteria. When we first looked at it, is that the same? But monotherapy is slightly different than add-on. Is it like how do you implement it might be different. And then seeing that it affects 50% of the target made us feel like we need to get this right. This is like the biggest ticket item in the exclusion criteria. And it's the one that we have the most questionable, like how to implement it, what do you mean, which drugs are considered more first treatment. And so, yeah, so that one was definitely the stickiest and clearly might move the needle a lot.
Yep. Very good. All right, so we are at break time. I'm gonna ask that, so everybody's got, we're gonna take a half-hour break right now. So if you're so inclined for either breakfast, lunch, dinner, or midnight snack, in the case of Nicole, then feel free to do what you want to do. We're gonna come back, I'm gonna say to come back at 12:35, which would be 30 minutes from now. There is a non-zero probability that Gautam, Mitch, Anna, and I are still going to be scrambling, in which case we may give you a few extra minutes, but we'll see how far we can get during this break. Thank y'all. See you in a bit.
Thanks.
Thank you. See you in a bit.
Very good. Okay, so the sprint that we all just did was focused on the exposure cohorts. And specifically, you all implemented the target cohort. What Gautam and Mitch and Anna and Claire and Alan and I were just going through was just making sure that technically those cohorts are correct. And we just had to do a couple little bit of house cleaning items on a couple of them. And they will execute, and hopefully we'll have results sometime later this afternoon on those. What I want you all to pivot your attention to is to think about the outcomes. And we're going to take a few minutes to talk through this. In the Albogami paper, there is one section called outcome measurement, and it's on page 2, and it starts in the second column there. And these are the only paragraphs that actually meaningfully provide content to describe the outcomes themselves. And even though it's one paragraph that should be succinct, it's actually quite a tricky paragraph. So we're going to take the time to actually read that. Outcome measurement, there are 2 outcomes here. That means we are going to, when we break up into teams, implement 2 different cohorts. The first cohort is going to be CLRD hospitalization. The second cohort is going to be CLRD exacerbations. And so I'm just we're going to go through and read this and discuss just to make sure everybody's clear about the words here and the concept sets that are available. So the first CLRD hospitalization, the primary study endpoint, was defined as a hospital admission with a principal diagnosis of CLRD or a combination of a principal diagnosis of lower respiratory tract infection, respiratory distress syndrome, or respiratory failure, and a secondary diagnosis of CLRD. The secondary outcome was the number of CLRD exacerbations requiring hospitalization or an emergency room visit with a principal diagnosis of CLRD or a new prescription fill of systemic corticosteroids, the list of ingredients here. Because pulmonary exacerbations among CLRD patients require at least around 1 week of post-treatment initiation, and clinical guidelines recommend a 10 to 14-day course of oral corticosteroid treatment, we established a minimum 2-week period gap requirement to distinguish between episodes. For instance, if a person received an oral corticosteroid right after hospitalizations for CLRD or visited an emergency room a week after discharge, the patients would assume to have had only 1 episode. There's a lot in these little paragraphs, and there's actually a lot of ways in which these paragraphs could be interpreted. Your task is going to be to create 2 cohorts, one for CLRD hospitalizations and one for secondary, or for one for CLRD exacerbations. I want to be prescriptive in terms of what I'm asking you to do. You notice that this says for CLRD hospitalization, it says first hospitalization. What they are referring to when they say first is the first hospitalization after exposure. That's part of the analytic consideration. I do not want you to try to find a person's first ever hospitalization. Rather, I want you to find all hospitalizations that satisfy this criteria, however you interpret that to be. At analysis time, we will find the first hospitalization that occurs post-index, post-exposure index. That's how our cohort method works. So you don't need to worry about any designation of first. But what I do want you to worry about is What does it mean to find a hospital admission? What does it mean to be a principal diagnosis? What does it mean to be CLRD? What does it mean to be lower respiratory tract infection, respiratory distress syndrome, respiratory failure? Again, I'm giving you a cohort template that contains all the concept sets you could possibly want to choose, so you will not have to construct new concept sets. There is one concept set for CLRD, and there is one concept set for, that's actually the composite of lower respiratory tract infection, respiratory distress, and respiratory failure. So there are two concept sets that you may consider using in this hospitalization outcome. What I have not provided for you in this particular instance is a concept set for defining principal diagnosis. And that's actually an artifact for details that I don't have to belabor you with. But in Atlas, you have the ability to specify using either the concept type, the condition type concept ID or the condition status concept ID. Those can be two fields by which someone could designate primary diagnosis as an attribute. The current OHDSI convention is to use the status concept ID field as a place where you would designate primary diagnoses. However, as a community, we have not all adopted this standard. And in fact, it is much more common that people have been pushing this information about principal diagnosis into the type concept ID field. In Atlas, and I will just actually, let me pull one open so that I can just show it on the screen so that you're aware of this. Let me drag this over here. I'm gonna go to Team 1's template here. And I'm not going to do the work for the team, but I do want to just navigate to show you a feature that's available. So all of you have cohort templates under your team name for CLRD hospitalization and CLD exacerbation. Just as before, you have the full list of concept sets at your disposal to use, and I will assert you don't need to build any concept sets. However, if you make a criteria, and I'll say a condition occurrence, there is attributes available for either condition status or condition type. And when you pick those attributes, the way that Atlas works is that you then have this picker button that you can select, and you can identify attributes that you may select for this. So for example, if I click here for status, I think actually in this particular case, data available in the I am on what's the vocab instance? I apologize for this. I'm going to end up giving you guys an ID to basically look up, I think, because our demo instance does not have the latest vocabulary instance in it. Give me just 1 second to think through this. All right, let's see, it is not returning anything, or it's just going very slow. Yeah, it's just going very slow. All right, give me a second. Let me just talk to what we're doing here, and I guess for the Janssen folks, so that you are aware of what we're doing here. So this is internal, the jargon for the Janssen folks. We are going to be using CCAE version 1676. That is the version where we had all of the principal concepts in the type concept ID field. That was before our cut over to the status field. I don't know what's going on.
Well, why aren't you just looking in the type?
So I'm trying to show where this information is so that all the teams are aware of it, but I didn't actually check that this new tutorial had the new vocabulary or check this picker function of how fast it was working in this environment.
Don't you need to put it in the search box? The filter just limits what you're currently displaying.
Yeah, it's trying to load the set of observation terms, and that's what's taking so long right now. A little hellacious.
Patrick, I got one other Easter egg for you about the vocabs later that I don't think was an intended Easter egg.
What's that?
There's a source concept that if you map it to the standard, it's in the July release of the vocab, but the environment has May vocabs.
This environment has May.
Yeah, but the concept like that you would use for the standard is from July 2020.
Got it.
Patrick, I'm not sure you should be looking for principal. Should you be looking for primary?
No, the status one's actually principal.
Status is principal. Type is primary.
Yes, let me just restart here. Let me start over. Reset.
Patrick, somebody's asking, why don't you try a direct SQL query? Gosh, wouldn't that be great if we all had vocab tables we could all access everywhere?
We certainly, so I know what the concept IDs are. I'm trying to show you guys how you can actually use the tool so that you can perform your task to do this, because we need to have the cohort definitions in Atlas so that we can execute them. Given that the old vocab, I'm going to actually just start with just the type concept ID field. If I click add here, you will see a series of type concept ID fields pop up. When this pops up, you can search for the word primary. When you search for the word primary, you are going to see that there is a series of concepts. Some are condition types, some are procedure types, many of which are standards. You can select pretty much any or all of these as a chooser into this process. If you are going to work in the condition domain, which is where you will be, these three here, the one that says inpatient detail primary, inpatient header primary, primary condition, if you select those three, those were the three that were the OHDSI convention up until this conversion to the status switch that was done. Actually, Erica, would you mind just taking a screenshot of what I'm showing right now so they could paste it in the chat, just so that you can remember those three IDs right there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so once you've selected them, you simply click add and close. And what will happen here is now I can select any concept set, like for example, CLRD, and I am now seeing that the condition type is listed under this chooser of these three primary conditions. Importantly, and an important distinction is this does not mean that the record necessarily comes from any particular type of visit, whether it be an inpatient visit or an emergency room visit or an outpatient visit. This is an attribute associated with a condition occurrence record that has this information associated with it. Raj just asked the question about the distinction between the primary and principal. And it's a good question, Raj. So in the paper, Yasser uses the word principal. However, there is a field in US billing claims for primary diagnosis. Some people use the words primary and principal interchangeably, but what it really means is the main diagnosis that is issued on an inpatient billing claim record. So for purposes of what you are doing here, there is not a distinction between primary and principal. So the fact that the paper says the word principal, and I've just told you to select the concepts primary, those are synonymous, and you don't have to worry about those. So I'm asserting that if you choose to try to use the primary to use primary designation in any way, these are the 3 type fields that you will want to choose. So that's the only wrinkle that I need you to all just be aware of. This does not have anything to do with whether or not it's inpatient or outpatient. It doesn't have anything to do with secondary or any considerations there. This is just the way that you would pull this in. Andy, you asked a question about secondary. So in the paper, it says a secondary diagnosis. So you have a few different options for that. The most common convention that I have seen, however, is people draw a distinction between primary and then not primary, basically.
Right.
So given that the logic that is described there, you could basically have it in any position. I would just basically disregard the secondary attribute. Just for completeness in understanding how this works, because this is an area that our community needs to evolve in. What you will notice is if I went to inpatient detail, you will see that there are type fields for every position on a claims record. So first through 20th position. And so if you cared to be interested in that, you would basically be trying to select all of the different things that would be secondary. For those who are not familiar with US billing claims, secondary doesn't mean second. Secondary basically is a designation of non-primary, which means all other diagnosis codes recorded on a claim record. I would probably advise you against trying to make selections of this simply because that distinction is kind of not really relevant, but I would recommend that you consider the primary designation is going to be salient to the clinical question here. Does that answer your question, Andy?
Yeah, so, but given the fact that it's primary or secondary, okay, so the idea being that all you care about is CLRD is a diagnosis because it can be in primary or secondary, but if it's not primary, the only ones that count as primary are the 3 listed in the text there.
Yeah, so I don't want to lead the witness too much on the cohort, but just to see the logic, the reason why I'm saying ignore secondary is because CLRD is going to be a principal and then it's going to be a secondary, which means no matter where you see it, it's going to qualify somehow.
Yep, got it.
I know that was quite confusing. Does anybody have any questions about primary designation? I'm hearing none. Okay. So your task is that you now have 2 cohorts to create. You will have 2 templates that are available. I think Anna's in the process of pasting them into your team, or you've just in Atlas, you can search for them. You will see that team 1 has CLRD hospitalizations. Team 1 has CLRD exacerbations. So you have now 2 cohorts to complete as a group. Again, the concept sets already exist. They are they are the same set of concept sets that you had for the first exercise. So once again, to reinforce, you don't need to use all of them. But I can assert that whichever ones you're going to want to use are in that set. And if they're not clear in terms of name, then feel free to reach out to me. I think that was, I do not want to save that. I think that was it. Is everybody clear about the assignment? Yes, I see 1 thumbs up. I'm taking 2 thumbs up is good. Lots of thumbs up. Okay, good. So it is 1 p.m. Eastern time right now. Oh, we got a question. Jeet, go ahead.
Yes, hi. So I have a question about the secondary outcome. The paper mentioned something about how episodes are defined. We don't have to worry about episodes here, right?
You do need to worry about episodes. Yep. So let me just go back to this. So the target for your cohort is to create a cohort that identifies all CLRD hospitalizations, not just the first, but all of them. And then your secondary outcome is all CLRD exacerbations, and they describe it as plural. They allow for recurrence of events. And so this goes back to what I was describing for our cohort logic. It's the idea that a person can enter the state of having an exacerbation, they leave the state of having an exacerbation, and then they can come back and enter in again later. And so your task as part of this exercise is to figure out exactly how you want to model that.
I see. So basically, our cohort, the is it called cohort era? It's essentially an exhibition episode.
Yeah, your cohort events will, each cohort era will be an exacerbation episode. Yes.
Okay. Got it.
For the second outcome.
For the second outcome. In the first outcome, you will be dealing with hospitalization events. Come on, guys, it's got to be super simple. He wrote it in 2 short paragraphs. How hard could it be?
Oh, that secondary outcome is gonna kill us.
So
shows how much I learned from the first one. My prior for this is like, oh, this is so much easy. This is gonna be a piece of cake. We're not gonna need 2 hours.
Well, I'm going to grant you 2 hours anyway, Joel. So what I'm going to ask is that you all break up into your teams. If you're going to go back to just wherever you were working before, if that's in the links that I provided you, or if that was just spinning up a team, just make sure that you get everybody and that you're all connected. We're going to do the same exercise that we did before, which is build the cohorts. You've got 2 hours, which means you've got until 3 p.m. Eastern time to complete 2 cohorts. Again, ping me on the chat inside of Teams or reach out to Anna, and we'll also be wandering around to check in on you. If you run into any technical questions, then feel free to ask. If you're asking a conceptual question of what did he mean, then we're not going to help you. It's your task to decide what did Yasser mean. All right. See you all in 2 hours. Thanks.
Bye.
All right. So we have lots of fun stuff to keep going through here. So the first thing is first. So what we're going to do, just to reorient to the agenda that we've had to pivot around. Now that you guys have done your CLRD outcome definitions, we are going to do our 5-minute team reviews on those and get everybody's thoughts and reflections. Since several of the teams finished early, I'm going to guess that you all must have thought it was a trivially easy exercise with nothing to say, and that you're all supremely confident that you got identical numbers. But on the off chance that that's not the case, we're interested to hear what you have to say. So we're going to go through those. Before I do, I want to, I'm going to, oh shoot, I have to actually create a new version of this. Hold on a second. I don't want to reopen it, I have to create a new poll. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked in the poll for the exposure cohort, but now I'm asking it for the outcome cohort, which is, how confident are you that your implementation of the CLRD hospitalization outcome is within 20% of the referent target? Be our poll number 1. So let me just push that all out to you. And I'd like for all of you to vote. And I want to specifically do this right now because I want you to vote before you hear the insights and thoughts about everybody's perspectives. So you should now see a live poll for the specific outcome of CLRD hospitalization. I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes to, or a minute here to fill that in, at least until I see the responses climb up the list there.
This is the primary outcome, Patrick?
That's the primary one. CLRD hospitalization is the primary one.
The tough part is the confidence and the competency are two separate issues.
You're not, Scott, if there's nothing else I can say about you, it's that you have confidence.
Well, yeah, I'm very confident. I'm very confident in my incompetence.
I hope that soundbite gets taken out of this meeting by Craig and used opportunistically for the rest of our lives.
Okay. Okay. I am seeing now 40 responses. And what I'm seeing is before having any discussions about the outcomes, I am seeing that 35% of you are extremely confident you're within 20%. 57% of you are somewhat confident you're within 20%. 2 are neutral and 1 is somewhat not confident. Very good. So that is one piece of data we wanted to get. I'm going to close that poll. And now I'm going to open another poll, which is about the secondary outcome of CLRD exacerbation. Same basic question. What's your confidence that the implementation of the secondary outcome is within 20% of the referent target? So please take a second to vote. All right. So a somewhat interesting pattern here. Let's see. See, we got 30. We got 40 votes now. So a somewhat interesting pattern here. It looks like there is collectively less confidence in the CLRD exacerbation outcome. Only 11% of you are extremely confident, 40% somewhat, 26% neutral, and actually 20% of you are somewhat not confident. So that's interesting. So you had 2 outcomes to do, and you had some diversity in experiences with those 2 outcomes. So that's very good to know. So I'm going to close that poll. And as promised, we went top to bottom before, so we're going to go bottom to top this time. Again, limit yourself to 5-minute summary, but I want to hear from each of you about reflections on what you learned on these cohorts, starting with Team 9.
Yeah, that will be us. Let's start with the hospitalizations. We thought it was somewhat straightforward. So we have a visit occurrence, and then we had 2 blocks of initial event restrictions. So one, the CLRD condition occurrence as a primary event during the visit, so between visit start and visit end, basically. And then the combination of a primary respiratory infection with a CLRD in any position. So that's the hospitalization. And one thing of note that we actually in the end changed is that we limited everything to all events. Actually removed this restriction and then made it such that the event only lasted 1 day, so that we make sure that we can capture the first one after exposure. Then for the exacerbations, that was the more tricky one. And what we discussed, I think, most time on is whether to include the visit and the drug era of systemic corticosteroids together or as one event, especially interpreting the sentence hospitalization or emergency room visit with a principal diagnosis or a new prescription fill. In the end, we settled on that either an event of hospitalization or ER visit or an event of a drug era would be an event, be an episode. And then within the visit, it should restrict, it should also have a condition occurrence during that visit of CLRD. And then to make sure that there wasn't an event in the 2 weeks, in the 14 days prior, we also excluded either the hospitalization or the drug era of systemic corticosteroids. So there can't be an end of a drug era before the index date, in the 14 days before the index date. And again, we fixed the duration of this cohort, of this event, to 1 day, such that we really count once, and that this cohort, this person exits the cohort after that. Any other reflections I missed from Team 9?
Seemed good to me.
Very good.
All right.
So Max, any specific things that you guys, you mentioned kind of some of the points that were you deliberated on, but any parts of where you felt like particularly unconfident in your choices?
I think in the end we were quite confident. I think we agreed on like confident of 95% that we're a good range.
Okay. I admire the confidence. Very good. Thank you, Maxine. Team 8.
Okay, I will speak for Team 8. So starting with the CLRD hospitalizations, we were on the face of it pretty comfortable with this one, where we defined it being an inpatient visit with a CLRD in the primary diagnosis, or a lower respiratory tract infection in a primary diagnosis accompanied with CLRD diagnosis. That was our hospitalizations. The exacerbations, we had a lot more discussion on, frankly. We spent probably 75% of our time on the exacerbations. But similarly, we had a visit occurrence of an ER or inpatient visit or a hospital admittance, both of them with similar definition, where after that initial criteria, they either have a CLRD diagnosis in the primary position, or they have an exposure to a corticosteroid within some period after after being released from the hospital. The thing that we struggled with most in this particular definition was kind of reconciling the temporal relationship among the events, and specifically like where should the exposure for the corticosteroids, what should that window be relative to the admittance to the hospital or the discharge from the stay. And what we had settled on was 0 days before the hospital day stays, or up to 3 days after the exposure to the corticosteroids. That was kind of a happy medium. We originally had it being 14 days, just kind of interpreting the language of the paper. But one thing we did do is with the 14 days is we specified a drug error collapse size of 14 days. And the other kind of small things that we didn't really struggle with, we're kind of confident in our approach, but just some points of ambiguity with the paper is with the secondary outcome, the hospital or emergency room stay with a CLRD diagnosis or a new prescription of corticosteroids, more or less like how we might best or how you might group the kind of logical parens there of like, should it be a hospital stay / ER visit and primary diagnosis or a corticosteroids, or should the parens be grouped where you either have an ER visit and then accompanying that ER visit, which is our implementation, accompanying that ER visit is a CRLD diagnosis or corticosteroid exposure. And anyone from Team 8, feel free to chime in as well.
I'll just say that we interpreted that Boolean logic different than Maxime's group, seems like.
What is the difference you see there, Adam?
Josh, will you pull up your text document where you have that?
Yeah, I tried to kind of codify it in this relation here. This is what we went with, the second one.
Yeah, and it looks like they were going with the first one grouping.
Indeed.
Yep.
Yep. But not only that, it was that like you could start a course of corticosteroids and then go on to being in a hospital visit. So it could be indexed by the fact that you start your steroids at any time, and then this is like the disease exacerbates into you going into a hospital visit.
Yeah, and then just briefly, one other kind of temporal element was with regard to the CLRD diagnosis. We ended up going with 0 days before the admittance to the hospital up to 1 day after, where we're trying to ideally capture that there was a CLRD diagnosis during the hospital stay, but we couldn't really figure out how best to play with the parameters of the post-index or pre-index. And with regard to our confidence, maybe an 85 or 90. I don't know. Evan, Adam, you guys agree with that, or?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Very good. Thanks, Josh. Actually, Josh, I thought your notepad document there was actually very helpful. If you wouldn't mind pasting that challenge of the versus statement in the chat, I think that'd be useful for people to see. I think one of the points that you raised that I think is worth reinforcing is if I remove the parentheses, those sentences look like they're the same. But if I add the parentheses, they become wildly different in terms of what's the implication in the data. And I don't know about you all, but I don't see very many parentheses making their way into papers. But the implications of those can be quite substantial.
Thank you.
Very good. Team 7.
Okay, I thought maybe she wants to present. I'll do that. So pretty much similar to what has been discussed so far. We had a little bit of discussion about like these whole Boolean operators, is it hospitalization and CLRD diagnosis together with a combination of, or if it's systemic corticosteroid, or is it the other way around? So we spent quite a lot of time like trying to dissect which combination is the one that makes sense, and which we landed on. Wait, let me see which one was that. So we actually took corticosteroid out of that. So hospitalization as CLRD as a primary diagnosis, or having a systemic new initiation of corticosteroid. It was one of the biggest topics we talked about. And what else did we discuss? Team helping. Is there anything else that we?
Yeah, I think one thing that this is key. So thank you. Sorry, I was on mute. So I think one thing that we did kind of interesting is we actually took 2 different approaches to identify hospitalization with CLRD as the primary diagnosis. So when we, for the primary outcome cohort, we actually use conditional occurrence of CLRD and constrained it using the hospitalization setting and primary diagnosis to identify that hospitalization with CLRD as primary. We believe that should basically do the same thing as if you do it the other way, where you start with the visit occurrence of hospitalization and then confine that with the CLRD diagnosis, which is the way we actually define the secondary outcome cohort. So when we defined the secondary outcome cohort, we started with hospitalization, and then we looked for, I guess I can present. It might be easier. So, sorry. So this is our hospitalization, a primary cohort where a primary outcome cohort, where, as you see, we started with condition occurrence. And then we refined it. We also, one more thing that we also did that's kind of different is we also used both condition occurrence and observation to identify CLRD. And and we limit everything to the same same occurrence. So we have that over co-occurrence of diagnosis and hospitalization. So that's how we define the primary outcome cohort. And then for the secondary outcome cohort, we went the other way. So we started with loading. Is it my internet or? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we started with hospitalization, visit occurrence. Then we limited that to CLRDS primary diagnosis, and we also used again observation and condition to identify CLRD. And then we just looked for drug exposure of corticosteroids. So it's similar. It's basically the first way where you have the two brackets where Team 8 presented. So with regards to the ERA, we actually leveraged this ERA collapse gap to implement that 14-day rule to define ERA. And anything else, team, to add?
This is an important point that you're raising. There is a important semantic difference between saying hospitalization with a disease versus disease occurring in a hospitalization. And while it might feel like those things should be the same, there's lots and lots and lots of reasons why they are not the same, particularly as it relates to identifying episodes. And usually if we talk about hospitalization, the typical episode most people think about is from admission to discharge. Well, those are attributes of the visit, not of the disease. Whereas if we think about episodes of a disease, one could have series of follow-up care and those become part of the episode. And so that's an important distinction that you're calling out. I'm just going to highlight one thing, which I'm sure is my fault for not being clear when I went through the type concept IDs. The type concept IDs in the OMOP CDM are intended primarily to be about provenance of the data. Each data domain and each domain has its own potential provenance, and this notion of primary versus secondary has for many years in our community gotten mixed up with provenance. And it's a bit of an odd thing because it kind of is provenance in that it's the specific field on a claims form that was submitted, but it's also more than provenance in that it's really the status indicator of the disease. In your cohorts there, Team 7, you put the primary type field on the visits, but visits don't have a type of primary or secondary. Only the diagnosis codes have a type of primary or secondary. So that's just one of those administrative things. So I'll go quickly, just update that in your cohort just to move the types from where you put it under visit into under condition. But the point that you're raising is an important one, which is we need to think about whether we're trying to nest the diagnosis inside of the visit or nesting the visit inside of the diagnosis. Mary Grace. Let's see, Mary Grace's hand's up. Do you have a comment to make? Nope. Peter.
Yeah, I wonder, Patrick, if we should have some sort of best practice that concept sets should only contain concepts from a certain domain and not mixed domains. Which I think some of yours actually has observations and conditions in one
Peter,
concept
you're
set.
stealing my presentation for Team 6. Way to go.
Oh, sorry. I find that quite confusing. I think we should have a back practice to make separate concept sets if we want them.
Yep, so that would be a good, sounds like there's several folks that are thinking that that's a good idea. So I think that can become the kind of thing that we could certainly converge on. I mean, clearly, technically, there need not be any reason why one would have to do that, but it could help for clarity. I can tell you in the context, going back to the exposure example, when working with Yasser, one of the things that caused me at least 2 days of burnt time was not being able to recognize that Yasser had pulled from an NDC codebook all things that contained the word insulin. But it turns out that the vast majority of NDC codes that contain the word insulin are the code insulin syringe. And that is actually a device, not a drug. And I burned 2 days not figuring that out until I actually had to go code by code and then realized that information was in different domains that I couldn't have found. So it's a good call out.
Yeah, and it's also true that they change domains over time. So we had a discussion in our group on how to handle that. It's a separate topic that we should deal with at some point.
Yep. Very good. Team 6.
That's me. It's a perfect tee up. It's like Peter knew one of the things that causes us pain was we inspected all the concept sets we inherited to make sure we didn't make any assumptions this time around, because in our first cohort, we didn't realize CLRD had both an observation concept and condition concepts. So we fixed that this time around. We too were, I'd say, somewhat confident, although we spent a lot of time trying to understand not the first cohort, but the second. So ours will look like everyone else's, I think. I will say as a bias, I don't really use condition status or, you know, that as a place in the CDM. So maybe there was opportunities lost by our lack of familiarity of gain from, you know, more than just condition type. But we did make sure to add this block because when we clicked on this concept set, found a hiding single observation concept that gave us a lot of like heartburn for a minute or two. I think we didn't have too much debate team on this one. I think this one we felt pretty good about understanding the concept sets that we inherited. We loved whoever made the concept set did not make 3 concept sets for lower respiratory tract infection, respiratory distress, or respiratory failure. Like that made us happy. We only had to make 1 piece of logic because initially we thought it might have been 3 concept sets if we had done it ourselves. Nothing overly fancy here. And similar to other groups, a lot of our debate was in exacerbations as a term. And we spent a bit of time reading the sentence over and over again to figure out if the ors, like where did the constraints end? And the best we could come up with was we thought it was both visit occurrence of inpatient or the ER code. And then the secondary thing would be the new fill. I added this, but we all kind of agreed we don't think day supply is well populated in our CDM, but we had a number of discussions. As people who use the CDM a lot, we kind of like write our logic relative to where we expect to have the best success. But we did in both sessions talk about how Yasser doesn't know where our ATL skeletons are hidden, so he wouldn't know that. So there may be, you know, some interpretation there where we're just used to kind of, oh, that's a great specification, but we don't get it. We don't see that in the data. And we did finally figure out how to use cohort eras as a functionality, and props to Katie, who actually went onto the forums, found a post by Chris Knoll, and that's when we felt really good. We knew what we were doing because Chris Knoll posts on the forum are like talking to Atlas God, right? Like it knows what it was designed to do. So I think that was our big aha moment. Anything else, team?
Very good. Thank you, Kristen. Team 5?
Patrick?
Oh, sorry, Azza, go ahead.
Can I just ask Kristen the question? So why did you decide, we thought about the 15-day supply as a requirement for the drug, but I didn't feel confident because it's not specified that way on the paper. Like, how did you feel, like, why did you feel that it is a requirement for the exposure of the drug?
Well, I'd say we lucked out because we had a pharmacist in our group who knew a lot about how drug dispense happened. And we did talk quite a bit about this, the because statement that comes after the new systematic corticosteroids. I don't know if Stefan wants to speak to it, but we definitely talked at length about kind of what he expected to see or know how information was captured. But then we looked at the CDM spec and kind of felt like some of the stuff it's it's not required field, so we shouldn't bank our whole cohort on it.
But maybe I'm confused. So because you put that statement, it means that people who have the drug exposure but doesn't have the 14 days apply won't be captured as an outcome, won't be an event. Is that correct?
That's actually an Atlas thing. We didn't have the ability to test. So we had some ideas of asking, like, if we had real data, we wanted to do permutations of where clauses are or aren't applied if in the absence of data. That was where we didn't feel we ended early because it was easy. We ended early because we didn't have a real data set to test our permutations of if this happens. And then when we started, someone was saying you should read the JSON. Jake, I have some bad news for you. No one wanted to read the JSON with me. I got a big thumbs down. And then I was like, let's go into the SQL, which is even scarier. By the way, don't try to read the CTEs. So we did kind of end up at this point where in the absence of knowing how the parentheses were closed or applied, we just sort of said as best as we can do in the situation we have available. I don't know if the rest of the team wants to add, but there was definitely this idea of that 14-day window. You could put it a couple places if you had the information, but that's a big assumption, right?
Yeah.
I think maybe just the last thing for Adam's point, we had all events. We were pretty liberal with we didn't add any restriction around the earliest event. We did all. I think we made sure of that in everything, even out of anxiety where inclusion criteria didn't exist. We put all events in the off chance Atlas does something in the background we don't know. I'm sure Patrick will tell us that was just anxiety. Atlas doesn't think for itself, but we didn't know.
Very good. Thank you, Kristen and team. Team 5.
Scott, are you taking it or am I?
Go ahead, Claire.
All right.
Has yours seen how different all the other ones are for this one? I don't know if I've got the confidence that Patrick thinks I still do.
Ooh, I know. Okay, so let me just double check here. All right, let me bring it up. Okay, so I think, so this is our exacerbation cohort, because I think like everybody else, this is probably the one we spent more time on. And one of the things, there were a couple of things that haven't been called out yet, because the way that Yasser defined, so I'm moving back to the paper now, the way that he defined the outcomes were a little bit different. So the first one says hospital admission with a principal diagnosis. And then the second one says exacerbations requiring hospitalization or an emergency room stay or emergency visit. So we were trying to figure out these two concept sets are a little bit different, because this would allow you to have an ER visit without going to the inpatient setting. But it also includes if you did go up to the inpatient setting, but then we had a discussion of well, what if you just had an inpatient visit without an ER visit? So that's what this one included. So this one included specifically that 9201 code. So we actually did both because we wanted to include all inpatient or ER visits. So that was kind of a spot where we had some discussion there. And then two, where I think I was a little confused and we went back and forth on it. So we did this cohort era, like I think other people have done. So we collapsed events that happened within 14 days of each other into one era. But then I wasn't sure that meant that there would also be 2 weeks between these cohort eras. So I think it does, but it wasn't very clear to us if that's actually what was happening. But we did it anyway because we felt like we needed to do something that would group things together.
I'm going to highlight just a purely technical point as if you stay on that spot on the screen, scroll down. Mm-hmm. So there's a gotcha, and I think there's actually a warning about this gotcha that it provides. So they actually got two there. That one, if you want to have all events, you have to make sure all those drop downs are all events. But also the exit criteria, right now you have it set to end of observation time. So that means all individual records are going to go all the way to their end of observation. And that would mean that you're guaranteed you'll only basically have one. So if you want to have recurrent events, you need to make sure that you specify an exit that isn't the end of the observation period, just so that you can then re-enter the cohort at a new moment in time.
Okay, that makes sense. We didn't think about that. Thank you.
But I will allow the change and save.
Okay, I did it.
Event date offset from end date?
Does it need?
So yeah, this would be where the judgment call of what do you think the event is and how long is the event, and you could either index that off of the start or index off the end. The main thing is you need to have some moment when you leave a cohort if you're going to allow yourself to have a moment when you can return to the cohort. And if you don't specify an exit criteria, then you are guaranteed that you're basically staying in the cohort forever.
Okay, yep.
That makes sense.
I have a technical question here about the offset. In this context, would it actually matter if you put 1 or 0 for how you're going to count the events for the outcome?
Yeah, it will in this case because the visit has a duration itself. And so if you want this to happen every 14 days, then it has to be from the start with then a length of 14.
Yeah.
The way to imagine is pretend the first visit is 5 days, 5 days. No, it has to be more than 14. If the first visit is 15 days long, then you won't get the second event.
So it's going to affect how the collapse is going to happen, because if you have one, then you have. But it is a purely judgment call, right? Like the paper doesn't tell you. Like it's going to just be you deciding on: are you counting that end date? Is it +1 or is it that day as your last?
Exactly. It's a debatable design point, which is why Erica said, shouldn't it be the end date? And I was like, it doesn't matter. Let them, let those two discuss. Their boxes are right next to each other.
Well, I'm sure that it's always clearly described and defined in all publications that you read, so pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Every publication that I write with the complete cohort specification, it's clearly defined.
Yes, indeed. Very good. Thank you, Claire.
Anything
Scott,
else
anything
from-
else with team?
I think Andy might have had his hand up. I don't know.
Yeah, so I guess I missed some of the reports out, so I'm not sure. I'll just go from what I was thinking about here. From a clinical point of view, right, it was clear that when we were going to count up the number of these exacerbations, that the time window applied to both encounters as well as prescriptions of steroids, that those steroids could be prescribed outside of encounters or during encounters. We wouldn't know if they were during the encounter. And so the 14 days, said that no matter what, they need to have at least 14 days in between the next one that started. So I think that was what you guys just said, that as we collapse these down, we're doing that based on essentially the encounter start date as well as the prescription date.
Yeah, they're just, if you scroll up, Claire, there is a distinction in this particular approach. You can see that the team has put the visit occurrence, and the drug exposure as an entry event, which means any of those things happen are going to get the 14-day collapse kind of thing going on.
That's what I was pointing out. I was on the team, so I just want to make sure that that was the reason why we did it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
A different thing, which I think you saw a little bit of flavor of, is you could also say that it's anchored on the encounter and then you have to have a subsequent prescription. In which case, if the corticosteroid, for example, was part of the inclusion criteria, not part of the entry event, then you wouldn't have that anchor date to put your 14 days on top of.
I see.
I'm not saying that one's right or wrong, but those are just logically different things. Very good. Team 4.
All right. So I think ours is sort of similar. So this is the first one. So we had inpatient visit. This time we did conditions and observations, which we had missed last time. I don't know. Is type type came up for observation type? Does that actually apply? That you can use a primary observation type? Is that?
Yes, in this version of the CDM.
It does. Okay.
Yeah, we fact checked this with Stefan to see if we thought it was plausible, and we think it's plausible. But that's what Scott's asking in the chat too, actually.
Yeah, and Claire respond there. It's supposed to be the provenance of the source data, so it's not an attribute of the domain. So if you put the provenance was it's from an inpatient claim, then that could be a condition or an observation or something else. This is the area where, as a community, we need to get more rigorous in being clear about what we're doing and be more consistent across our databases. We know firsthand at Janssen about the pain that this can cause of not being clear about this. So it definitely is a pain point.
Yeah.
Well, and to be clear, this way of doing typing in Providence is antiquated. Like, this is not how the community does it anymore, and this isn't how Janssen does it anymore.
Correct.
Right. So similar to that, and then we did at the end date 0 days. So I guess one of the debates that we had was the 14-day or the 2-week established 2-week treatment gap. We were debating about that, whether they meant treatment as far as drugs or treatment as far as inpatient or a hospital visit. And, so for this one here, we didn't, so if somebody had an inpatient visit, got released, got sent home, spent 2 days away, 2 days at home, and then came back again, we saw that as viable two counts for the outcome because it didn't say otherwise. So we were thinking that it was different for the drugs versus the visits. Our second one there, we got more complex. We didn't use the ERA at the bottom. Basically, what we did was break it into 3 sections: an inpatient visit with CLRD, an emergency room visit with CLRD, or systemic corticosteroids. And what we did was eliminate, to be able to get this to work, we eliminated basically for systemic corticosteroids, we eliminated corticosteroids in the prior 14 days, a hospital visit with this in the prior 14 days, an ER visit in this in the prior 14 days. So this is the way we made our eras so that they would be distinct, and we did the same thing for the other 2. Not 100% confident that this is going to work, but this is how we felt was probably the best approach from what we analyzed the data for.
You certainly win the award for largest nested Boolean statement.
I think that's what we were trying for.
Yes. Yeah. One thing I noticed, Patrick, that it would have been very useful to have a whiteboard, literally to draw up different situations and figure out what would actually be included and excluded. We didn't do it in Teams. We could probably have done it, but I would definitely have done it in a face-to-face meeting, just figuring out all the situations. Sometimes I even wonder if it's not more clear in a publication to have a couple of scenarios in a diagram instead of in the text. But that may be a personal preference.
I agree. I mean, certainly, for those of you who've taken our phenotype development tutorial, one of the things I always insist on is when it's physically in person, I always insist on handing out a piece of paper with boxes, and I tell everybody to write with a pen on the paper to describe what they want to do and then draw a picture of what it's supposed to be, because I personally find that to be a necessary step before I create a cohort. And yeah, you get yourself caught up in knots, particularly with these Boolean operators, if you don't actually first make sure you've established your own intuition of what you're trying to do.
And it was also quite useful to use the human readable format of the cohorts. especially in this complex one, because you could see inconsistencies between the definitions a little bit easier if you looked at it in this way.
Yep.
Yeah,
this is a
this
pretty
one,
big
this one
one.
actually worked out very nicely. Most of the time, I have a hard time reading these things, but this one helped.
To combine both of Peter's ideas, the human readable is very useful. It would be nice if we could spend some more time, not today, but find some students who are interested in coming up with better human readable diagrams from the definitions as well.
Agree.
I agree. Yep. Very good. Thank you, Team 4. Team 3.
I can present Team 3. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
So this is the exacerbation. We have
your other screen.
We see your team screen.
Every time I pull, I like to see people's face. I try to put it on the other screen, and then sometimes it doesn't work. Okay. You see now, Atlas?
Just your desktop.
Blue desktop.
Okay, let me redo it.
But you got a nice picture.
It was working very nicely. So
Mark loves that Microsoft logo.
His favorite. I thought you were going to talk about our knowledge management system right there. It gives me a little bit of anxiety.
Hers aren't overlapping. Mine are all over.
There you go. Success.
Now we see Atlas.
Okay. So this is the exacerbation. It's actually very similar to Claire's, was that Team 6? And so we have the emergency room or emergency visit, inpatient / ER visit, and then the drug. And we decided to use ERA, hoping that will clean up, will make it, will apply the idea of new corticosteroid better than the drug exposure. And then we use the nice cohort ERA and put 14 days instead of trying to wash out the repetitive events using an inclusion criteria. We struggled a little bit with this to make sure that this would apply the way we would hope, and then we went to the documentation, saw some stuff on the forum, and felt like, yeah, that would work here. So that was what we did. The biggest thing we struggled with was what everybody struggled with is the drug in the parentheses with the inpatient or ER, or is separate on its own. And we ended up deciding that it's separate precisely because of the way that those four sentences in the end of the graph, it does seem that they're referring to those 3 entry events as separate events where the drug exposure is on its own a qualifier. But when we decided to do that, we debated like they supply, or should people have to have at least the diagnoses? So, and then because the script didn't provide any information, we decided to leave it open and go with exactly what the script says in terms of like, because there's nothing more than the drug exposure. We can't make our own kind of restriction, whether that would be day supplies or requiring a diagnosis. That was for this one, and the other one's like just like everybody else. But I will say that even though I had a mental note to go back and make sure that we don't have observation in the concept set, and I forgot. So we made the same mistake everybody did in the first one, and we only have a condition, but we don't have the observation. But yeah, we have the inpatient or ER that turned to an inpatient, and then we're requiring to have the primary position for CLRD or the other conditions with CLRD being in any position. And we kept it as 0 offset days in both definitions, exacerbation and hospitalization. That's all.
Very good. Thank you, Ozan. Team 3. Team 2.
Sure, I can take this. So team 2. So just like basically, I think we might have done exactly what Oz and many others did for the hospitalization one. So really nothing new to add there, but doing, the nesting of condition within a hospitalization and then requiring the primary diagnosis. And then for this was a nice one by Christine and Wojciech, remembering that we can restrict the same visit occurrence where you're kind of doubly nesting within that same visit. So we have the primary for the lower respiratory tract, and then the CLRD as a secondary condition. Hold on, and now I will share since I'm not sharing anything. All right, you should see it now. All right, and then the more interesting one, these exacerbations. So again, similar to everyone else's in like the logic of finding, one hospitalization is similar as what we did before. And then you have the added criteria of having a corticosteroid. Now, I think the only thing we may have done differently is we did the fixed duration relative initial event, but we are offsetting from the end date. So we're actually saying the event persists from the index date, like so the admission to the hospital, but persists until the end of that hospitalization. If it's a hospitalization visit, if it's drug exposure, it's just drug exposure. It's 1 day, so no difference there. And we did this because when we collapse errors by 14 days, even in the text, it says it gives an example of if a patient received an oral corticosteroid right after hospitalization for CLD, were visited in ER a week after discharge. So they are considering time after discharge is when your 14 days starts, not from the admission. So we wanted to make sure that that was implemented into the logic. So that's why we have end date here, and then cohort errors 14 days. Now, if that's actually doing what I think it is a whole different story, but that's why we chose end date there.
Very good. Thanks, Dave. Team 2. And last but not least, team 1, anything else to add?
Yeah, let me share my screen if it will let me. I'm trying. So I'll talk while it's letting me do it. So the first thing on, I think we're not going to talk about the first cohort because we kind of are similar in a lot of that. The only thing is that I learned from Claire and we had missed the all events on the first cohort, but have it on the second cohort. So I went ahead and assumed Patrick would say, okay. So I fixed that. But
okay.
Okay, good, great. That's what I wanted. So I wanted to bring up a couple of things. So I think from the last call, I learned, and others did too, that CLDP is this thing that's an observation and a condition. So we did that this time. We seeded those two things together. Another thing that's different than what others did, but we did talk about those dates, the 2005 to 2017. So YASR's database was bounded by that. So we also bounded our outcome rules by that, because let's say somebody entered the cohort at the end of 2017. Well, YASR's data ends in 2017. There's no more left. I think Mark would probably say, well, the statistical analysis is going to handle that, but we did it anyway. We kind of forced it. So that was one thing we didn't see other people talk about. I think we've debated as a group about like how to implement the corticosteroids. So the way we have our exacerbation cohorts, we seat on the visits, and then within the visit, we're looking for conditions during that time, and or in this case, exposures. But what we did was we had a discussion that we would expect that, like, if a patient's exposed to systemic corticosteroids, we may or may not see that in the hospital. And then if they leave the hospital, they may then go pick up a script, then continue on the exposure afterwards. So we allow post the hospitalization, a 14-day wiggle room to go pick up a script. And we also, to get that new exposure, we basically said we didn't want to see something before the hospitalization of an exposure. So it's something that wasn't what it didn't start. So I think this is a little bit different than the way others, but we will see if it's good or not. And then the only other thing, and so I'm going rogue on my team here, is when we looked at this text, I thought it was ER and IP, because it says hospitalization or ER. So I think, but I don't know. I'm guessing you did it that way for a reason.
Team 9 made the same.
I'm sorry, Maxim, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, we made the same mistake indeed, interpreting this as inpatient and emergency. Yeah.
Because I know the other one is IP or ER and IP, but there's no ER, IP, and IP concept set.
Correct. You would have to, if you wanted the union of those two, you would have to use them both or combine them together or whatever.
So I just, I don't know if anybody, Jamie, I know you were debating that seating in the visit versus not, but I know Jamie might have had the.
No, I'm here. I was just wondering what you mentioned earlier, Patrick, that defining these sort of episodes can be done using, indexing at visits, or you can index at condition occurrences. And I saw that Maxime's group did the condition occurrence approach with no other observations within the 14 days prior, whereas we were looking for a particular kind of visit with stuff happening within it, and then we're counting those different visits. What are some of the, just opening this up to everybody, what are the implications of doing it one way versus the other? And I don't have a good handle on that. I'm just wondering what the rest of you think.
So in a general course, I don't actually think that there's a right answer. It really matters what you're trying to do. But I will table your question only because it will be an empirical question we'll be able to investigate now that you guys have actually done the different versions. You're going to see exactly what the difference is once we run this together. All right. Thank you all for going through that. I'm going, Mark.
No, I was going to say we're not going to quite see the difference because there are other subtle differences between the definitions as well.
There'll be many things, but that will be one of the things that will be different for sure. Given that I'm going to ask you to fill out your poll again. I'm going to ask you the same question we did at the start of this hour, which is how confident are you that the implementation of the CLRD hospitalization outcome is going to be within 20% of the referent target? So please go ahead and fill that in. All right, I got 16, 23, keep going, keep going. All right. So it looks like we've spread out a little bit, but still a good amount of confidence in our CLRD hospitalization. And indeed, we did see multiple teams produced somewhat similar results. So that's interesting. I'm going to close that poll now and ask you for the second outcome. Please vote on that one. So now that you've seen everything on the exacerbations, how confident are you going to be within 20% of the target? Okay, now we've got seen a downswing in the confidence here, though still somewhat confident is the 20% marker. Okay. Very good. And I've got 39 responses, so I'm going to stop it there. Nope, 40 responses. Like I said, there's no reason not to leave that open. All right. Very good. Okay. So we have 47 minutes together, and I'm going to use every single last second of your energy because we have a lot of super cool results to actually go through with you now. So pivoting from the outcome back to our exposure, and with particular thanks and admiration to Gautam, Mitch, Claire, and Alan, and Anthony Senna, who made a surprise appearance, who actually pulled off a miracle to run a tremendously huge amount of results. I'm going to share my screen and show you cohort diagnostics.
Hey, Patrick.
Yeah.
Just real quick for Team 5, do we need to change our persist to the end of observation period to the?
Yes.
And then
if you want to take a cut to do it, otherwise I'm going to just do I consider that like more of an administrative cleaning thing. So I'm going to check all of your cohorts, but if you want to make a quick fix on it, that would be great. And Erica, you have your hand up?
And Patrick, for Team 7, you pointed out that we should actually use the visit type. I mean the condition type.
Yep.
To sign. So I actually made that fix already.
Perfect. Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate it. Okay. So what you all are looking at right now is cohort diagnostics. This cohort diagnostics result contains the result of the Yasser Al-Bugami replication, as well as your cohorts. So we're going to have a little game show style, and I hope that maybe if you guys can put on your camera so I can watch your reactions to this as we go through, should be good fun. What you are looking at, well, I'm going to start with just cohort counts. This definition C10, this RC target, this is the master. This is referent truth. If you had run the rules according to Al-Bugami in the CCAE database, the specific version we have at Janssen, you would have gotten a number 4,677. I want you to remember that because our what we think is good replication is plus or minus 20% of that. If you want to write down two numbers, I'll tell you that the range would be somewhere between 3,741 patients and 5,612 patients. So now is going to be your opportunity to see whether or not you are good in your replication, somewhere between 3,700 and 5,600. We ready to have some fun? All right, here we go. Team 1, let's add you to the list. Did you reproduce the Al-Bugami study? Drum roll, please. 36,700. So why get the same number when you can get 10 times the same number? Well done, overachievers. Team 2, did you get in the range? 17,074 patients. You're 4 times the patients that, three times the patients that we've got in the original study. Team 3, did you reproduce the Al-Bugami study? 7,909, less than double the Al-Bugami study. Team 4, did you reproduce the study? 4,015. 4,015. Maybe Team 4 has reproduced the study. Now, of course, this is Oz's team, and she's in the physical room with Gautam. So I want to call a little bit of shenanigans that there might have been some cheating going on, but maybe I'll just hold that thought about the fact that Ozza is a no good dirty cheat for just a second. Let's check out the rest of our teams.
That's Team 4? Team 4 is Ozza?
Isn't
I,
team
I,
four
I think
Oz's?
I misspoke earlier. It turns out that's
No,
not Oz's team.
It's
That's not
Oz's.
Oz's team.
Yeah.
It's
Who's
Joel
team
and
four?
I thought it was me. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Joel and Peter.
Yeah.
All right, Joel and Peter,
Yeah.
you guys must be wonderful and perfect and have all the things
Well-
right. We'll see how that plays out.
We'll see. We'll see.
Plus,
All right.
with Ding and
Team
Any
5,
others?
did you reproduce the study? 743 patients. You're 5 times under the number. Team 6, did you reproduce the study? 1,364. You're 3 times light.
There's a very funny trend, like the higher the number team, the lower the patient records are.
Team 7, 44,022. There goes your trend line there, Ozza. You've got 10 times more patients in this cohort.
The more ends, the better.
Team 8, 11,441, 3 times more, 2.5 times more than the target. And team 9, did you reproduce the study? 21,490. So based on the crudest of most simple metrics, just counts, we have 1 team inside of our confidence threshold of 20%. We've got 8 teams that missed it, and they didn't miss it by a skosh. They missed it by a lot. Now, I think that you're all pretty smart people. I think that you know how to use Atlas. I think that you actually learned a lot from each other. So I don't actually think that this is an indictment on you, but I do think it is a fundamental indictment on our field that one could take a published paper in a high-profile journal done by a top-notch team and other people who took the attempt at doing it without the variability of concept sets, without the variability of writing code, with everybody following the exact same best practices, using the exact same tools, with everybody feeling confident in what they would do, that you guys could all biff it so bad, except for Peter and Joel. You guys are okay.
Maybe different patients. Maybe different patients.
That's right. It's a completely different 4,000 patients.
4,000 other.
We missed them all.
Yes, exactly.
That would be hysterical if that happened.
Smart or so lucky, like one of the two.
So just to review for everybody and remind you about the power of cohort diagnostics. Cohort diagnostics allows you to look at all of these cohorts together and look at various dimensions. So we don't just need to look at patient counts. We can also look at the incidence rate over time. Remember, the study was from 2015 to, 2005. Sorry, Gautam, I'm going to make your baby work here. 2005 to 2017. So these are the years in which we would actually care about the data. And we can look at the incidence in this exposure cohort for stratified by age, by sex, and we can look across the alternative definitions to see whether or not they vary in any sort of pattern. And I think I just made a mistake by clicking all those buttons, so I apologize for that. Yeah. But if you can see as the screen is growing there, what you're going to notice is that there are some notable differences in patterns in terms of finding GLP-1 patients in the same exact database. You are seeing that there is kind of this like U shape in this age group a little bit, but the U goes up more here, goes much more up here. And so these patterns, actually, this one here, ignore definition 12. I'm not going to click it because it'll re-erase that. Just focus on these. You can actually see that we do see that there are more older than younger, more females than males in these particular cohorts. But the patterns and the patterns over time actually vary across these different definitions that you all came up with.
How can we have younger than 17? Everybody implemented that.
Not everybody implemented that. And actually in this particular case, what you're seeing here is it's the age group is to 18 and the count is less than 5. So you could have had a person who is 19 and be valid to be in your cohort. Okay, so incidence rates, one thing you could look at. You could also look at time distributions and learn about how much time was available in the cohort after the index date, before the index date, and how long were they in the cohort together. Now remember, y'all implemented the same cohort. So these, get rid of these two here. So these things should not be different. If you see any of these box and whisker plots moving, that means your cohorts are substantially different. If we start in the middle and look at prior time, these were supposed to be new users that had 365 days prior to first exposure. We can see a couple of the cohorts that were produced. All of them had a minimum of minus 365, but some of them in this case had a median of 822. And this one also had something around 900, where other people had a median of 1200. And so we can actually see that there's differences in the logic that was applied for when you get in and how you have a washout window that materially changes the baseline time. Those also correspond to how much follow-up time you would have. If we look at the time in the cohort, that really should represent the duration of time that someone's exposed to the drug. And we can see that most of the cases we were relatively consistent in terms of a median, but there is a little bit of difference. And we have one group who actually had a different approach, and that was because instead of developing their cohort to be follow-up time while you're exposed, they just set everybody to be 365. And so that subtle difference that we'd able to skip over, actually you can now expose in cohort diagnostics to show a difference. I'm going to skip the inclusion rule statistics in the visit context because they're not going to be salient to relevant here because not all of you applied the exact same inclusion criteria in the same order. And visit context, everything is a new user of a drug. So I'm just going to skip those in the interest of time. What I'm going to highlight, however, is we can also think about comparing cohorts between groups. So I'm going to set my comparator to be my reference target, and I'll just use cohort one, team one as a comparison. What you are looking at in cohort diagnostics here are all of the conditions, drugs, procedures, measurements that occurred in the year preceding exposure. The x-axis is representing team one, the y-axis is representing the comparator group. So dots that are above the 45-degree line represent conditions that are occurring more often in the comparator group. That is to say that not only did team one get many more patients, but actually the patients they got were not as sick. Systematically across pretty much all domains, we are actually seeing that we actually introduced a bias by the construction of the cohort. So not only do we not match the people, but the people we got were actually fundamentally different, kind of consistently across pretty much all data domains. And so there's more to just matching the number. There's actually matching the patient characteristics that can map. And by being able to explore this, we can actually really try to understand exactly what are the characteristics that make these groups notably different, and we can dig in to try to understand that a little bit better. Last but actually, yeah, let's hit that. I'm sorry. Yep.
Can you at this point paste for us the link? Is it open now? Okay.
I'm not sharing you with a link right now, purposefully, but all of this is publicly available, and you're going to get a link in just a couple minutes to look at this.
Don't crash his app.
No, very robust. It never crashes.
So this is a valuable tool, and if you select the reference study, which is C10, you can imagine flipping through the various definitions to see, for example, how did Team 6's cohort compare? And what I think is important is that, like, it's easy to think, you know, we gave this metric of 20% matching the cohort count, but actually matching the composition of the patients, I could probably argue, is more important than actually matching the count of the patients. Because there could be, like in this particular case, you can see the dots are more closely aligned to the 45-degree line, suggesting that the baseline prevalence of conditions, drugs, procedures, measurements are all relatively consistent. But what you want to pay attention to are the things that are actually notably different. So in this particular case, we can see prior use of metformin was much higher in the reference group than it was in the Team 6's group. That's probably to do with how the add-on therapy was modeled. Okay. So this is, I'm sorry, go ahead, Azza.
So we all want you to go to C4 and see if they're identical or not.
Oh, are they a C4? Oh, C4, because that's the one that had the same number of patients? Well, so we also have this tool called cohort overlap. Cohort overlap tells you whether the patient IDs are the same between two cohorts. So for example, I can select two cohorts, like I could say the referent target and cohort 1. And if I did that, come on, come back. Gotham.
Is that
yeah? Let's see. I'm gonna grab a couple others. Let's see. Do I have to select all of them, Gotham?
No.
Just take a
Stop
second.
looking at 6. We're breaking it for you, obviously.
Okay, so just as a frame of reference, let's say I wanted to, oh, is it C10's not on there?
C4 is the one you want to pick.
Scroll down.
For C4 and C10.
C10's not in here, Gotham?
It's supposed to be.
It's the comparator, right?
Yep, that's the main.
Yeah, C10 is your comparator. No,
it's not there.
There, now it will be there.
Yeah, this is actually just a technical blip. It's not going to be there, so I'm going to show you in a slightly different.
But it was not run because it was a separate run that we merged at the last minute.
Got it. Okay, no worries. Let's take another. So actually, let me first orient you to what this is showing. If I wanted to compare cohort 1 to cohort 2, this bar is showing you amongst the people. So team 1 and team 2, did the people within those cohorts agree? And what you can see actually in this particular bar is that team 1 found 24,000 people that team 2 did not. Team 2 found 4,000 people that team 1 did not. And these teams agreed on 12,000 patients. So not only did you have patient counts that were different between team 1 and team 2, but actually who you found was actually different. And so you see in this particular instance that, there was some agreement, but there's also lots of people on either side. So it's really important to think not only about the count, not only about the baseline characteristics, but actually, as Dave Kernan mentioned earlier, about who are those people and are you actually matching on IDs. Now, I can't show you C10 here, but we couldn't go back to that. I guess I overlooked showing that comparison of the population. So I'm going to take the referent of C10, and then I guess our winner was C4, Peter and Joel's team. So presumably, if they're the same people, these dots will be all on the 45-degree line. Except that they're not. So what happened here? Like, what's this dot down here? Well, in the referent cohort, almost nobody has insulin in the cohort. And yet in Peter and Joel and Team 4's cohort, 94% of the people have insulin. So that's a little bit odd, and we can see some other characteristics that are a little bit odd. So lots of the dots look pretty good, but all these dots down here are a little suggestive of something fishy. And actually, it does indeed turn out that if we go over to our Team 4's...
Wait, that was C4 you were comparing.
Yeah, that's Team 4.
No, it was C4 you did.
Yeah, just Team 4, that's you guys.
I thought C5 was our guys, even though we were Team 4.
No, the numbers got reset, so that's your cohort.
Okay.
And yeah, before you go pin it on someone else, Joel, we were about to award you an award for hitting the number until we went into your no insulin prior to index date inclusion criteria and saw that you required at least one insulin in the time prior.
So that was a QC mistake.
So that was just an instant QC mistake. But our one team that got a number within 20% actually literally did select the exact people we were not supposed to select.
Oh, this is fun.
I'm still taking it as a win, so I don't care.
That was gonna challenge myself. Now, since the second closest number is C3, can you look and see how awfully off C3 characteristics are from C10?
Second closest team is C3.
Patrick, didn't you tell me that it'd be extremely unlikely to select exactly the opposite people we want and get a number that's booked?
Dave Kern, this is the point where I say Dave was right, Patrick was wrong. I didn't think anybody could find a way to do something that crazy, but Joel, Peter, and Team 4 pulled it off.
Go you, Joel.
I'm going to bed. Bye.
So
it's on record, Patrick say, we will use the number because it's unlikely that it's going to be that different.
So Ozzy, here's your team 3 comparison to team 10. You can see that that's relatively consistent here, though there are still some departures that one could consider. So for team 4, that is just a minor bug. We're going to fix that. We're going to rerun your cohort. We're going to see what actually happens. That was just an innocent mistake there. We'll have to see that. I think I just saw somebody post, why are we deriving such joy from this experience? So I just want to share my thoughts, and I'm going to turn it over to Anna and George, who want to make sure we moderate the rest of this time together with a basic conversation. The reason we wanted to do this reproducibility challenge was because I think that there's a critically underlooked problem in our field, which this exercise helps to explicate in a way that has never been done before. Generally, a research question gets answered by one researcher coming up with one idea and doing one thing, and that becomes the answer. Rarely does a second person ever attempt to reproduce the first person's work. And if they did, they probably wouldn't be able to do it anyway. Never before in my knowledge, I haven't looked in I've looked in the literature, I can't find anything, certainly not in our field, has there ever been an opportunity for 9 groups to independently take an identical task, given identical tools, identical concept sets, identical guidance, and attempt to do something. Now, yeah, there's some little bugs and tweaks that we can fix, but I can promise you with 100% certainty that that isn't going to solve the problem here. What we need to actually think about as a community, and what Anna and George are going to guide you through, is we need to be thinking as a community about what do we do if this is actually in any way possibly part of the reality of the field that we're working in. Because we can laugh and derive joy, but you also should be a little bit depressed about this, because this is the state of our field, and this is the process we are applying to generate quote unquote reliable evidence. And if it's possible that you can get orders of magnitude different answers the first time someone bothers to try to reproduce something, then we're in a world of hurt. So I want to turn it over to Anna and George to try to use this time to reflect and collect some additional information from you all, and then we'll wrap up for the day.
While they're setting up, it's actually worse than that, isn't it? Because we don't know that the original paper was right. He has his words there, then he uses his code there. So it's not just reproducibility, it's original.
Patrick, are
So
you
this-
gonna?
Yeah, you go, Erica.
Are you gonna get or maybe against CC Truven contracts? But like, could you actually compare? No, you couldn't compare the patient IDs.
Cannot compare the patient IDs, but what you will see in our plenary on Wednesday is a presentation by Mitch Conover, who is going to go through exactly all the work that we've been doing for several months, working with Yasser to get to the bottom of this question that you guys worked on today. So you'll get to see a lot of valuable perspective about what to do for reproducibility. All right. George and Anna, it's all you.
Very good. Anna, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So this is something I've been thinking a lot, and I didn't really come to any certain conclusion, but I wanted to bring it up and maybe hear your thoughts about it. So in the beginning of this study, when we did all of these exposure cohorts, you were pretty confident in your decisions, right? So you were confident that you could capture this clinical idea. Maybe not replicate the counts, maybe not replicate what Yasser did, but you were confident that you can capture the essence of what he meant in the paper. So the question I really wanted to get your feedback on is that how seeing these differences in counts and differences in patient populations changes the way you think about the study and about the way you think about those clinical ideas and the way you think about the paper, because I think there's a difference between thinking about the paper and the way it's written and having the code or not having the code, and the way you think about the study itself and the clinical ideas that Yasser captured in the study. So my perspective is that we cannot really, even given that we observe high variation in our accounts, we cannot really know if this variation will produce different estimates. So like seeing this variation does not really change the way I think about the paper and the results that Yasser obtained, because maybe we will get similar odds ratios. We don't know yet, but I was wondering what you guys think about that. I'm sure that Mark has something to say about it.
Oz's got her hand up.
Oh, just go for it. I mean, we are not doing hands, so if you have something to say, please just do.
Yeah, at the beginning, I mean, in theory, before we saw the results of cohort diagnostics, I was thinking that yeah, maybe you'll see some differences. That's okay. That's maybe not a big deal. And what really matters is how that affects the effect estimates out of the study and how different that would be. But after I saw the magnitude of the difference, I think if we have similar odds ratio, it's a pure luck, because you can't be like you have a cohort that is 5-10 times the first the right cohort, and then you have a very different cohort composition. So like by design, you have to have different results, unless the relationship that was observed was so strong that it's like insensitive to all these variations. But I think it matters. I think defining the cohorts in a way that is reproducible, or like the way that can be reproduced without much variation, is very important. And I think it is a very one component that needs to be right for all the other components to follow.
Katie?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I had the same thought where I didn't realize the numbers would be so different. I thought all the interpretations were reasonably sound and consistent with the descriptions in the paper. What it made me think, seeing the difference in the results, was how important it is to understand like the practical meaning of the cohort definition. Like in the clinical world, how will a physician interpret how this connects to their patients? If the results can be so different based on slight, honestly, nuances in the cohort definition.
Peter?
Yeah, this actually really shows also the value of a phenotype library, of course, that we have been working on, and then especially add on top of that the cohort diagnostics as functionality in the phenotype library. Because you want to have some kind of reference. And currently we are not really comparing with like information on incidence rates over time from previous publications, which may in some cases be useful, maybe not in this specific case where the cohort is quite difficult, but there may be other examples where kind of sanity check with known information from literature, I think would be a good quality control mechanism, at least to some point. And of course, there's differences there as well because people have interpreted, but it's a kind of range at least that you get, which I think is useful.
Okay, that's good. Wojciech?
When Patrick was talking about that's the first experiment, when I was involved with some of the things which FDA does and the Sentinel Operating Center, I know they actually, before they release an analysis which technically can put down the drug off the market, they have two programmers write the same analysis absolutely independently, and if they don't agree, they do not release the results. So there is hope in informatics field that this is not the standard practice. There is precedence where they haven't published results on agreement of these two groups. It's almost like, oh, I flew the airplane, but it was my 14th attempt to do so. How come that you didn't manage to, in the movie about landing the plane in the Potomac? So they don't really publish how often how many attempts it takes for the two programmers to meet at the same result. Maybe it is also 13 attempts, but it's interesting, and we should be more upfront about it, and maybe even point that out, and everyone else come out of the hiding, and how many attempts it takes you to reach agreement.
I agree. So that's a great example, and I agree they have to be more transparent. And how much do they consider to be agreement? Let's see, Kristen was next.
So what I think is hilarious is I use Atlas every day, and I still learn something new about how Atlas can betray me in front of all my dearest and nearest friends. But I'm kidding. But I felt like we were a little low on giving Atlas a hard time. But it says a lot, right, about our user interface and assumptions we make, in that we actually don't even have a common knowledge base of our toolkit, in that some of the assumptions we make, I mean, even hearing Claire go, I think this works. I mean, Claire, I trust you more than anyone when it comes to the CDM like tables and what to find there. And I think like we could do a lot more to help each other have just level playing field to make sure our interpretation of what we've applied, and yes, blame it on the UI, but not really. I actually think it goes back to the point of the human readable thing actually has a few things that get missed when it gets turned into human readable. The SQL is written in a way that you have to know its syntax. JSONs are only interpretable if you know how to read JSONs. There's all these barriers to leveling the knowledge. So even if we make a great manuscript and we publish all these things, can someone consume it? I'm actually not confident yet that we could.
Okay. Mark?
Part of the difficulty that I see is we don't know who the true individuals within the database that satisfy this idealized trial that we're trying to run. You know, all we do know is that there's huge sensitivity to small variations in the SQL that we generate. And because of that huge sensitivity and not knowing what the truth is, for reproducibility, we should, as a community, come up with a better set of statistics about the cohort or the individuals that we're looking at to help people judge their reproducibility attempts and give a good description of who these individuals are. I think the not insulin is a very pertinent example where just trying to hit the marginals and saying, okay, we know what we're doing, is a real false avenue to go down. Now, what that range of statistics are, I don't know. Hopefully Gautam will save us all with whatever the next version of cohort diagnostics are. But we should formalize that process in some way.
Very good. Josh?
Yeah, I was just going to briefly comment. I mean, we had posed the question of like maybe we would arrive at the same like hazard ratios and whatnot. And I think another interesting question would be, well, we saw that like the cohorts that we had generated were not exactly like comparable to the reference cohorts. And maybe it would be the case that in preliminary like diagnostic testing, I mean, in the actual supplementary paper, we saw that like the propensity scores are pretty much had complete overlap. And maybe it would be the case that difference in the cohorts we generated versus the referent cohorts would translate to or equate to differences in the GLP-1 cohorts versus comparator, and it would be decided not to even pursue modeling. So.
Hi, hello, this is Ines. I'm looking, or I'm still very I'm blown away from the result. I'm pretty new to the community, and I'm having a look to the figure 2, that sample selection flowchart of the paper. And what I would be interested in is to understand where we lost, or maybe it's an idea to define cohorts stepwise, so to minimize the details or the complexity of each cohort. And yeah, that's something I take out of it, because I don't have the correct word here, so I need a little translation. Yeah, the nesting of the nested cohort logic, to just break it down into single, I don't know, cohorts, and just see where we lost track to the authors team of that paper. So, but yeah, that's what I take away here for me.
So break into pieces, and that's what would be reviewed, compared for the author. Let me ask this question. So here's my proposition. And remember, just the context is it's being said by others outside of OHDSI that we should not be sharing source code for studies. That'll just confuse people and it won't be useful. And therefore, and there may be ulterior motives, for example, because you wrote the code and you don't want to, either you don't want to be embarrassed because you know that you're going to make mistakes, or because it's proprietary and you don't want it to be shared for that reason. But here's my proposition. Is it even possible to specify the detail we were going through in any other way but source code? Is it possible to use a narrative and actually specify all the details? The example I'll give is the steroids post-hospitalization that we talked about towards the end. And like every detail about, well, is it, when do they start it? When do they go off? What is the time between it? I'm beginning to think that it's not even possible to describe it. You could use pseudocode only if the pseudocode is basically your source code, and there's not much pseudo about it. And that therefore the only way to actually share a study is to share the source code. There is no other choice.
George, just to go off of that, I'm looking real close. Maybe I'm not supposed to look yet, but Patrick sent the link to the cohort definitions, and so I'm looking at number 10, which is the right one, right? And it looks like a big difference was GLP-1RA without insulin versus GLP-1RA, which includes some descendants that have insulin. I went through the paper again, and the only time it mentions insulin could be maybe you could interpret it so that you shouldn't include those concepts. But you'd have to really understand what's in the mind of the investigator, or have much more specific wording to actually figure that out is my thought.
Scott, to your comment, this is Gautam. If instead of looking at Yasser's manuscript, sorry, I'm in an awkward position here as I just pointed the camera. Instead of looking at Yasser's manuscript, if somebody had written a bullet point specification document and said, include this, don't include this and this and this with a 30-day look back to the best of their ability, and given it to you, and we did this whole exercise all over again based on that specification document, not on the manuscript. What do you think about the variations in the core definitions?
I think, are you stating that if you gave us something like the Atlas human readable text?
Yes, but not to that specificity. It's a human generated version of it, not a computer generated version of it. The computer generated human readable text is very precise. Humans cannot generate it that way. So I'm just talking about, instead of writing long sentences in a manuscript format, somebody attempts to write a more structured format, but it's human rendered completely, and gives it to you. Would that be and then we repeat this whole exercise all over again?
Based on Patrick's comment about me, I would say I would be extremely confident that I could do it correctly until Patrick crushes that confidence again.
I think the bullet description can get you to the right concept set maybe, but it won't get you to the right temporal relations. I think you need source code to get the temporal relations right, because it's just too complicated. As you saw, like, is it the admission time or the discharge time from the hospital? And did it occur on admission, or did it occur any time during the admission? Or did it end before the end of the, like, you're just never going to put that into a bulleted list, I don't think. And I think half the time you're probably programming it without really understanding the consequences of what you've just done. So you can replicate, like, so it's not even doing anything medical. But if you want to replicate the study, you need to see the source code, because you don't realize you've made the decision that the steroids can go off the end or not go off the end.
So I actually agree with that. Sharing the source code is necessary for replication, but I also think that it can be really difficult to read someone else's source code and understand it. It can take a long time. And also imagine if you don't have access to data in a CDM and you're trying to replicate an OHDSI study, you know, then you have to consider the ETL decisions that were made. So that's kind of part of the source code.
Right, so the source code is not, you need documentation on your source code, which is everything from the method section of the paper, which is kind of telling you which way you're headed, through the protocol document, through detailed documentation of the source code that tells you kind of how it works, and knowledge of the OMOP common data model design, as well as like how it's being used, as we had with the example with type versus status for primary diagnosis.
What about another idea? So I've seen research where people will use natural language processing, really mining the medical literature. So they're trying to turn the medical literature into computer readable documents. What if we had a publication format that was sort of intended to be computer readable, maybe also human readable, but more computer readable?
So those are the checklists that are being proposed as alternatives to sharing source code. So there's a set of things, although a lot of those checklists that are currently proposed, I think, are mostly like attestation. Did you explain the cohort in your paper? Did you do this? Did you do that? You really need the explanation of it. So, I mean, I don't know. What do others think? Peter?
Isn't it very similar to what Martin did once with trying to create the paper, the method section based on this study?
Well, he went that way, yes.
I take offense. That was mine.
Oh,
sorry. I am extremely sorry.
But I gotta go now. Sorry, that was too much.
Peter?
So I mean, we do have tools that will automatically generate the description of the results. We do have tools that translate back and forth between a computer and human readable cohorts, but that is within this community. The question becomes how, can we support these as necessary items to use for reproducible research, and then how do we convince others that they are necessary? They're certainly not sufficient, but they do seem necessary.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely.
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah. The one thing I was thinking about whether it would be useful to think about building cohorts by reusing other cohorts, so making kind of building blocks instead of writing it from scratch all the time. So a good example was the pregnancy that we encountered in this study. It would actually be nice to have like a cohort of pregnant women somewhere that you can include in your new cohort definition, so you don't have to rethink about that building block.
Peter, are you suggesting a phenotype library?
Yeah, but then, so now we cannot say take cohort A and add another inclusion criteria on it or something like that. So you have to copy it in, but it might be useful to be able to have like a standard for pregnant women somewhere that you can just easily add in Atlas by selecting pregnant women cohort.
And the general idea of a phenotype library is to be a starting set of cohorts that you can then customize for your study based on your study specific requirements. But it is definitely an accelerator ensuring minimum standards.
Yeah, so I need to think a bit more about it, but sometimes I have the need to just pick another cohort and then combine two or create the overlap of two, for example.
So there is in our package that allows you to take subparts of cohorts, and maybe we should think about building out the library of those objects. They may be more reusable than the phenotype library that we have. I mean, I can only speak from personal experience. Sorry, Gotham. I have failed the one time I have tried to reuse bits from the phenotype library, just because, yeah. I mean, you pull it out and you can instantiate it in Atlas, but then I have to copy and paste like Atlas. JSON bits, and of course I need to programmatically modify them. So some sharing approach. Of course, I'm totally spacing on the caper. Yes. So that's a direction to look.
Yeah, there is Caper is now an Hades package, and definitely it can start from a fully specified cohort and then break it into pieces, or it can take pieces and make into whole. But it's designed. It's got a lot of promise to it. So you're absolutely right.
Kristen?
As someone who tries desperately not to write my own cohorts and reuse other people's cohorts, I actually want to go back to the comment of we need to start with ourselves. Forget the library. Our OHDSI studies repo, which I am guilty of being an admin on, if you try to go into the cohort folder for a lot of existing studies, it's actually like a complete, like, ooh, what is this numbering system? Ooh, is there a key somewhere for how I decode this numbering system? Ooh, is there a cohort in here? We could start, very simply by cleaning up some of our favorite, past research that is getting prominent foot traction in, across our communities that we are all impacting, and then think about like the model forward. But like, I mean, how many of you have actually found that legend CSV table that's not on OHDSI studies? It's on the OHDSI repo. Have you ever used the legend cohorts without Mark showing you where it is?
But it's not.
Did Mark show you though?
I was too intimidated to ask. So no, I just found it.
It is hard to find that, especially if you don't know how to do. Like, it took me a while in the beginning, and then you both.
Yeah, I don't know how we organize
all that work. That was an amazing job.
Our structure of our study packages is very intuitive if you've run 30 of them. It's not so intuitive if it's your first one. So we have many places we can improve, but like low-hanging fruit, we could easily make available, like for you, Peter, a very quick wiki of like, hey, you want to steal some cohorts? Here's some really good ones that have made it through peer-reviewed literature. Because I think the challenge with some of our artifacts is they are not, quote unquote, validated or ready for consumption at the very end of the pipe. We still have to do some upstream work, and we don't have an easy way to know that.
So we've reached 5 o'clock, so we need to think about next steps. I think, and Patrick, you are on. I don't see you anymore, but are you on?
Where would I go, George?
There's his picture. Yeah, and I'll let why don't you, well, I'm sure you want to say thank you, but you want to describe what happens over the next 2 days?
Yeah, so we made the symposium about, one of the key themes is about reproducibility, because I think this is a fundamental issue for science as a whole. So tomorrow you're going to be able to, and I hope you'll all engage fully in the day's activities. You're going to see our plenary sessions focused on the impact of COVID, but when you're watching those presentations and thinking about things, I would like for you to think about it from the lens of, okay, we've done some interesting research, is it reproducible? And as you're going around the collaborator showcase tomorrow afternoon, you're going to see lots of really great posters and software demos and lightning talks. And I think it's worthwhile for you to think about how can we make this more robust. Wednesday, our plenary session is all about what we just went through today. So Yasser is actually going to present his study. Anna is going to present a summary of what happened today. Mitch is going to actually present the work that we've done over the last several months to attempt to reproduce the study. And Christian Reich is going to present about how we could take a reproducible study package and then generalize the findings across the OHDSI network. But honestly, I think that the point of, at least from my vantage point, the point of bringing this up in the symposium isn't to solve the problem, but it's basically to open a conversation that we really hope that we're initiating with all of you about where do we go as a community on this space. And I appreciate all the comments that are being made about like, yeah, we could make our tools a little bit better. We could do better. Like, that's all good, and we should do all those things. But let's be real for a second. Like, our community's only published a couple hundred papers, and there's a couple million papers out there in PubMed right now. We could probably do a little bit better with the JSON formatting and whatever the way we organize our GitHub, but that's not going to change the fact that fundamentally the science of observational research needs to be upended. And publishing papers in 2,000 words or less and considering that to be a way to actually produce valid, reliable evidence is a farce. And unless we come to terms with coming up with a new way to talk about how to specify analyses and how to disseminate results, our results shouldn't be considered credible and shouldn't be considered actionable in clinical care because they're a joke. So this is like the problem that we all need to be taking on head on. And so as you're going through the symposium for the next couple of days, I really recommend that you think about this as a call to action and something that we can work on from a short-term perspective, but also is going to be a long-term priority for our community. The short-term perspective that I want to raise is today's session and all the insights that you've gained and shared during this thing. We want to package this up into a series of publications because we think that 2,000-word summaries of activities that have been done are really valuable ways to disseminate evidence. So we would like to try to write some of those papers. Anna has been doing a tremendous amount of work to get us to this point to summarize this. Yasser is quite keen to think about writing a commentary on his own paper and why it's not reproducible. And as you're going to see in Mitch's presentation, we've got some work on reproducibility we're going to summarize. But I think that there's a lot of opportunity for us as a community to engage in this space, and it's going to require a real dedicated effort. I think probably the most specific, I guess, call here is we'll keep this OHDSI team for this work group open. And I would encourage those of you who would like to engage in this activity beyond today, please raise your hand. You're going to see draft manuscripts that Anna will we'll probably post the initial version of, and we encourage you all to participate. But also, if there's something that happened today that sparked your interest and you're excited and want to raise your hand and lead something, this is a call and an invitation for you, please, to do so. I think that there's a lot that I learned actually out of today, and none of this stuff can I find anywhere in the literature. There's like only a few scientists out there talking about the reproducibility crisis, and most of them are just bitching about how it sucks. Nobody's actually offering real solutions to this problem, but I think we actually have the opportunity to drive this forward. So I hope that you got something out of today, and I hope that you can kind of carry that with you throughout the rest of the symposium and join several of us who really want to make this a strategic priority for the community. That's it.
And thank you for all the amazing work. This was incredible. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, thank you all for participating. It was really, really great to see everybody.
So we'll do it on this team, I agree.
Yep.
There's some other things, people who don't have access to data, literature review. There's something you can do with looking at studies. There are other studies we can do, a series of studies on reproducibility that are not just, as Patrick said, complaining.
Ozzy, you had your hand raised?
No, I was trying to clap, but I can't find those things.
Oh.
I just want to make it work.
That's the sound of one hand clapping right there.
Indeed, they are gone. I was looking for the thumbs up as well. Where's that?
Oh, I can't find it.
You don't have it in webinar. You can't harass him. Wait, Patrick, are we going to take a picture of all the soldiers who made it to the end of battle?
Yeah, Victor's got his hands up. Let Victor can have the last word here.
I wanted to ask about the picture.
You wanted to ask about the picture?
Yeah.
All right, everybody put your camera on, please. If you had fun today, we want to show it for one last good picture. Everybody get your cameras on. We got 72 of you in this meeting, so I want to make sure I get as many as possible on the screen.
I can't
I'll
see it.
wait, I'm seeing some more screens popping up here. Very good. All right, on the count of 3, tell me how much fun you had at the OHDSI Reproducibility Challenge. 1, 2, 3.
10.
There we go. Boom. All right. That one's a better one. That's a better one. I will show you all your own picture here. Very good. Share my screen. Ugh. Oops. Oh, it went away. One less awkward transfer to Teams for the night. There you all are. It looks like most of you were having fun and happy at the end of a long day. So thank you all for putting up with us. It was very good.